He is knowledgeable on almost anything. Quiz him. Quiz him. Geography, he'll nail it. He can point to anything on the map, no matter what it is. Atlantis, he'll point to it on a fucking map. He knows exactly where it is. Ask him about chemical bonds. Ask him to do some electron orbitals. Like, he'll know. No doubt. No doubt in my mind. And you'll find that out too for only $6,500. And you have to bring 3 friends, and you'll all get to learn. Now, I know I started this video by saying that this isn't worth your money, but after going through it, is this the best use of $12,500? It might be. It just might be. You get so much out of it. You can't put a price tag on fun. And you can't put a price tag on a Gene Simmons experience. Well, I mean, I guess you can, but like, the value you'll get out of it will no doubt somehow make up for the $12,000 that you're in the hole. So, you know, maybe not worth it. Probably not worth it. You do what the fuck you want. If you spend $12,500 to be the personal assistant to Gene Simmons, I think you deserve to be bullied. Like, forever. That's really about it. See ya.
Only a melee weapon equipped, huh? I think I can do that. None. Swap none. Ooh, I don't think that's gonna load. Yeah. Doesn't look like that's there anymore. What are we looking for? I guess the exterminator work. Let's see how that works. What the hell?
large security force heading your way. It's the Grenier.
Oh, not that way. Just a melee.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and Linux has a pretty massive problem. And I know it's kind of goofy when I make a video like literally a week ago saying Linux just took a pretty massive W, which it did. Things are getting better. But I'm talking about from a gaming perspective. Now, this is Rainbow Six Siege, one of my most favorite multiplayer games that I've ever played, okay? I've probably got thousands of hours, actually several thousands of hours across numerous accounts, and this is a game that I've been playing since year one. I've actually been playing this game for like 10 years. And I will be discussing this game in like a day or two in like a much bigger video, just because I have a lot of stuff to say about it. And especially that all of a sudden it's getting Rainbow Six Siege X, a 10-year update. It's crazy. They're about to rework this game, all right? Hopefully crazily. But there's one big problem with this game. I need that computer to play. Why do I need a totally different computer to play one single multiplayer video game? Well, that's because, as you can imagine, anti-cheat. So one thing that I want to get into it, obviously I'm not here to just crap on anti-cheat solutions, but Rainbow Six, a game that pretty much relies on there being no cheaters. This is a game where one single bullet to the face is basically cause for death. And I know that's a shocking statement to make, but there's a lot of multiplayer games now we're getting shot in the head like 4 times. Apparently it's fine. But the point is, it's a realistic tactical shooter, okay? It really requires you to be on your actual toes in a gunfight. Now, this is the anti-cheat that powers Rainbow Six, and I've had my own problems with BattlEye, by the way, but I could only imagine a world without BattlEye anti-cheat. Rainbow Six would be fucking unplayable. Now, the thing about anti-cheat solutions is it's still not enough. Every day you'll play this game, you'll constantly see at the top right, there is a ban wave happening pretty much every other game that you play. There's just that many cheaters that love to play online video games, and cheaters are the reason that these
Holy
kind of
crap.
anti-cheat
I don't play games like that.
do exist. Now, one of the things about Steam is you can very easily see the top games at the moment. So Counter-Strike right now is the top game on Steam. Counter-Strike works directly underneath Linux because it's supported by Valve. Valve obviously supports Linux. This is not anything surprising. The second most played game on Steam, may shock you, is PUBG Battlegrounds. I have not played this game for probably like 6 years, but it has been played. At least right now, it's apparently 561,000 people are sitting on it, okay? It's got crazy daily peaks. And this does not function underneath Linux because of obviously the anti-cheat not functioning. And this in turn brings one serious problem. Obviously games like Dota 2 work, Monster Hunter Wilds will work, Rust I believe does work, but don't take my word on it, Marvel Rivals I know works. Grand Theft Auto Enhanced does not work, neither does Grand Theft Auto Legacy. Banana, I'm surprised people are still playing this game. Split Fiction will work, Apex Legends will not. So one of the actual problems with Linux, and one of the reasons why people can't really adopt to it that easily, is because giving up some of the most popular video games is just not a doable option. Now let's forget about just software for a second, okay? Let's say you have software that doesn't work underneath Linux. There's a good chance that there's probably an equivalent alternative that exists that you can start using. And generally speaking, a lot of software works underneath things like Wine, which translate Windows software on the fly to Linux. Now, obviously, things like your Adobe Premiere probably won't work that well, and honestly, everyone really expected that not to work. But the thing about it is generally speaking, Linux is kind of there. I made a lot of videos showcasing how easy it is to get things like Linux Mint installed onto a computer, install all your applications, and start playing games. This whole venture effectively ends when somebody is trying to run a piece of software that isn't just unsupported, but actually outright hostile towards actual Linux users. And that's a problem that I feel like needs to be addressed. Otherwise, this penguin is not gonna fucking fly. Not that penguins know how to fly in the first place, but you get the idea. So, Rainbow Six Siege, a game where, as of 2 hours ago, 82,343 people have been playing. Me included, actually. I love this game. But the problem with this game is, obviously, it runs on that anti-cheat. Now, the thing about this is, obviously, the solutions people use to cheat on their games vary pretty heavily, okay? Generally speaking, some of the shittiest cheats that are available on PC are cheats that you can just download for free off of some shady forum in the world. You can run that on your computer. It'll probably infect your computer, but it might give you access to aimbots, seeing people through walls. But most of the cheaters that I have actually been looking at don't really rely on some of these easy to detect cheats. And generally, a lot of anti-cheats can always dig those guys out and basically kick them to the curb. But the thing is, there are obviously cheaters that rely on some pretty crazy technology. So for instance, cheaters use things like DMA cards, which is direct memory access. So effectively, if you have a separate computer sitting next to you, you can basically read the memory of the computer you're playing the game on, computer A, and modify it or use it to basically find out where cheaters sit around it. So these cards cost around $170, $290 if you're going for the most primo degenerate pack. But again, to go down into it, they'll proudly advertise that they're beating things like Face It Anti-Cheat, Riot's Vanguard, Call of Duty's Ricochet, which might as well not even exist because every form of protection on this, in my opinion, doesn't exist. BattleEye, Easy Anti-Cheat, it's all pretty much done. And so they give you a nice little diagram here to show you. That's your computer right there. Using a DMA card plugged into your computer slot, it will actually read on a second computer, and then you can actually plug in all of these aimbots and various other different cheating dudes and dads and basically get access to real scummy stuff. It doesn't matter what system you're playing on at this point, these people just have setups entirely dedicated to fucking ruining the online community. Now, I've made videos in the past where I've talked about, kernel level anti-cheats and why I don't like them. Kernel level anti-cheats are not a good solution. Kernel level anti-cheats allow, of course, actual bad actors to take advantage of the actual systems they design and use them in nefarious ways. Remember that Genshin Impact game with MyProt2.sys, one of their anti-kernel cheat drivers? Yeah, that was used, again, in a malicious manner. And of course, this level of invasiveness on your computer should never be allowed, okay? At least in my opinion. These basically rely, a lot of these anti-cheats that are now running in a lot of games basically are installed alongside your actual Windows kernel, your actual main operating system. And they sit at the lowest level of access that one could imagine. Okay, you're basically giving carte blanche access for an entire anti-cheat access to your system. And the thing is, I necessarily don't believe that a lot of these big game publishers or developers are going to be using this to spy on users. I think that's a bit of an overblown conspiracy theory. However, like I said with that Genshin Impact example, when you develop software like this and it's so invasive, there is a good chance that it can serve as an attack by actual seriously malicious hackers, okay? They might want to find ways into it and find a way to hack millions of people around the world. Now, the thing is, a lot of these anti-cheat vendors have bug bounties and a lot of yearly, monthly testing, and they constantly fight against this exact, situation. But the thing is, you as a user have to be a little bit worried. Now, the other forms of cheats that I found floating around were like AI-based anti-cheats, okay? So for instance, literally on GitHub, there are entire world's best AI aimbots that tend to exist, okay? Literally designing aimbots that utilize the actual AI cores on a GPU like, well, not the RTX 9080, definitely something above that. But utilizing NVIDIA's CUDA, they can basically take a screen capture of a video game and utilizing AI, adjust your computer's mouse movements into actually hitting people right square in the face. So the thing is, what is the cure against it? How do you fight against something that is AI protected? How do you even know if somebody's using an AI aimbot, depending on how they've manipulated the AI into moving your mouse around? Maybe they can make it look realistic. Maybe they can be a closet cheater, somebody that necessarily doesn't even cheat all the time, only when they absolutely need it. This is becoming a world where obviously cheating in video games and the actual combating efforts against cheating have reached this fucking arms race where all of us are effectively allowing a lot of game companies and publishers to install some of the most invasive software just so we can relax and play some competitive online games. I mean, the fact that this is just freely available like this is insane. And people wonder, is it really Linux that's the issue? No, it's just cheaters utilizing whatever software or hardware like this to actually destroy online gaming every single day. So I got a really wild cheat for you guys over here, okay? This is a Zim Matrix. Now, you've probably heard of names like Cronus Max or whatever. Basically, this tool allows you to use a keyboard and mouse onto a console. So Siege is a cross-play game, and again, this may not entirely include the way that it's done, but one of the interesting ways of cheats that I've seen is apparently some users have been playing the console version of Siege. Now, the console version of Rainbow Six Siege is supposed to be played on a controller, right? This game has no actual keyboard mouse support. In fact, Ubisoft has a special type of anti-cheat called Mousetrap to detect people using a mouse on a console. So what will happen is somebody who plays on a console, which again, Siege is a tactical game. If you're going to be making headshots, recoil is very important to manage. And for console people who don't have access to a mouse, using the sticks, they actually lessen the recoil, from my understanding, on the actual system. So what happens is some scumbag gets this, basically takes advantage of the console lessened recoil, and wins against you in a fucking gunfight. In fact, I would go as far as to say that a big chunk of high-level play on consoles at least is done through cheat devices like this. Because at that point, some of the people making headshots on you are just so fucking good at the game, it's actually unreal. And the thing about anti-cheat is one of the biggest issues with Linux in this regard is how does Linux support any form of anti-cheat? For Rainbow Six Siege, there is obviously actual BattleEye support on Steam. This was posted literally in 2021 by actual Steamworks Development. They basically said BattleEye works on Proton, which is the construction, which is actually the translation layer Linux uses to, allow you to play Windows games on PC. This has reached the point where all the developer has to do is reach out to BattleEye to enable it for their title. No additional work is required by the developer besides that communications. It's basically caused, again, a lot of people to go onto Ubisoft's forums and say, hey, look, can you please enable this? And even evidence, like people have linked my video, for instance, it's important. Some people want to play this on Linux. Obviously, there's not a whole bunch of video gamers on Linux for Ubisoft to open that up. Now, you might be like, well, Muda, if it's so easy, like you can just send an email and have it enabled, why doesn't every developer do this? Why doesn't Rockstar just do this? Well, apparently it's due to the fact that this version of anti-cheat on Linux is not the same really invasive version that we were talking about earlier on Windows. And it's because of this mismatch that a lot of cheaters, unfortunately, have ruined this for Linux gamers, or just gamers in general. Basically, by allowing anti-cheat to run lighter on Linux, a lot of actual scumbags have now been spoofing themselves playing underneath Linux so they can get that easier anti-cheat loaded into the game. And because they've got an easier anti-cheat, they have a whole extra repertoire of cheats that they can use against a video game. And that, ladies and gentlemen, has basically culminated to Linux basically at an actual standstill. How do you support a platform where, again, people are breaking the rules of online gaming and seemingly there's no real fix to it? Now, at least in Windows' case, right? Windows allows this level of granular anti-cheat access. And through a combination of verifying secure boot protocols, verifying drivers, a lot of these anti-cheats do work underneath Windows. And all gamers have to do is install one program and everything just works. For Linux, it's actually not so easy. One of the big problems with Linux is how open and free it is, okay? It's open, it allows you to modify the actual guts of a system and optimize it in ways that maybe even the maintainers of Linux have never thought of. It's this level of access, customization, insane patterning
Only 75
that
containers.
allows Linux to basically, run these games.
Okay.
If anti-cheat were to be allowed, the general fear is that somebody could modify a kernel and basically bypass whatever these anti-cheats are trying to stop. And that has basically caused one of the biggest problems on this platform.
Makes
Some of the
sense.
most popular games, unfortunately, will never be supported underneath Linux unless this problem gets solved. It's crazy because video gaming underneath Linux now isn't a situation of will this game run? A lot of games run. Rainbow Six Siege runs underneath Linux just fine. It's just the anti-cheat that prevents people from actually connecting to a match online. Most of these games work pretty well. New games that come out work pretty well underneath Linux, as good as they do on Windows. It's just the fucking anti-cheat is the problem. And the thing is, the cheaters that are actually supposed to be targeted will never actually be stopped. Cheating is still such a massive problem in games like Rainbow Six Siege that even with all of these crazy vectors designed to stop cheats, you still see people aimbotting, looking through walls, doing suspicious activity. It's just that obviously if they were to have no protections, the game would be completely fucking unplayable. And this goes for pretty much every game in the entire online gaming circuit, okay? Whether you're a Call of Duty, whether you're an Apex Legends, whether you're a Grand Theft Auto, whether you're Counter-Strike, whatever, okay? This is a huge problem for everyone. Even with Counter-Strike, people that I know play it on FACEIT. They play it on more superior anti-cheats compared to Valve's VAC because they just want a fucking experience not riddled by an aimbotter, spinbotter, somebody that can look through walls, insane shit. Now, look, there could be one fix to this, and one of the reasons that I'm kind of thinking Steam OS is not released right now is I really think Valve is trying to cook up some way to have one specific version of Linux that could possibly support anti-cheat. The only way this situation can really work, in my opinion, is to have one Linux kernel that all developers agree is good. One kernel that can be verified at boot time to not be tampered with, and every single publisher and developer in the world just agrees that's the only distribution or Linux kernel we allow our multiplayer games to run on. And that's really the only fix that I can see. Now, is every game company gonna get on board with Valve or Steam or anything regarding this? That's still a question that I think people need to really answer, right? Linux is not a massive community right now. It sounds massive if you look at the Linux Reddit or if you watch some popular YouTube videos, but in reality, you're looking at a accounting error by Microsoft standards in terms of marketing. Linux does have to grow, but the problem with growth is when some of the most popular games are actually barred from using this operating system, how are you going to convert people who just aren't purely single-player oriented gamers? I love playing single-player games, I really do, but I love to play some multiplayer games with the boys from time to time. I've been playing Siege for the last 2 weeks and actually really been enjoying it. And the fact that I need a separate computer is actually just annoying. I wish it could all run underneath Linux, but the problem with that, of course, is the anti-cheat situation. Linux is just too fucking good and open sourced for its own self to support some of these anti-cheat solutions that, unfortunately, regardless of what people can say, are somewhat needed to prevent the amount and spread of cheating platform. People have said use things like server-sided anti-cheats or AI counter anti-cheats, and it just doesn't seem completely feasible from a development perspective. But yeah, Linux has this one problem, and honestly the only solution I see is if sometime this year, when Valve releases that SteamOS for public consumption, if somehow it comes with some level of assurances to release developers that as long as it remains tampered, we should be able to run all of your anti-cheated games right there. But that's big hopeful message. That's being really hopeful right there, okay? That's me just actually like wishing upon a star. Hopefully that's the way that it gets handled, but this problem really does need to actually be addressed, because it's kind of weird to be supporting and promoting Linux, knowing full well that obviously one of the biggest criticisms is from people who comment on these videos is I can't play my game. That's a valid criticism. I can't tell you not to play a certain game. Some of these multiplayer games, some of these games are actually really fun, and there's no good reason why you should be prevented just because some piece of shit hacker ruined it for effectively everyone. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe, just like it out.
You're halfway. More up ahead. And it looks like it's gonna be the big guns.
In. I just have to kill them all. I don't have to get the extra thing. Yeah, with 13 seconds, I'm not going to get that. Let's read, though. There. Dead. I don't really care about the supply cache.
Oh man. Thought for sure you'd be able to break into that cache.
It's a little too far away from me. I really need to make sure he's got the defensive thing on his basic build. He does not seem to be getting any overguard.
That's the last one. Time to come home.
Okay.
It was a day like any other. The people of Pompeii woke up with the sun. Some went to fetch water from the public fountains. The streets were crowded and full of people jostling for goods at the market or stopping to gossip with friends. But something was wrong. The ground had been rumbling all morning, and some of the locals reported seeing odd things, figures and omens. A cloud resembling a pine tree appeared on the horizon by the nearby volcano. The cloud grew thicker, blocking out the midday sun and thrusting the town into darkness. Soon, thick ash and pumice fell from the sky in great globs, blocking the streets and clogging up the port. Some townspeople tried to flee,
Missing
dragging wagons
Vicious,
of belongings
right?
through streets filled with pumice and ash. Others cowered in their houses, praying that the storm would pass. Roofs strained under the weight of the pumice that piled ever higher. Then, sometime after dawn, black clouds and massive jagged bolts of lightning and fire descended upon the town. Swallowed by a great glowing red cloud, the town of Pompeii was no more. Okay, so you've probably heard of Pompeii and the eruption of Mount Vesuvius, but I have a feeling that most of us know, that it happened, but we're a bit fuzzy on the details. And there are a lot of weird details to learn about. So here are 10 things you might not have known about one of the most famous eruptions of all time, and the town unlucky enough to be right beside it. Let's start with the basics, and I'm not going to count this as a fact. Pompeii sits on the western coast of Italy, nestled near the foot of Mount Vesuvius. It was a working city with trade connections all across Italy, both by land and sea. Pompeii was also a town filled with culture, wealth, and politics, with fine villas, a forum, a theater, and gladiator arena. But in 79 CE, all of that was lost, and Pompeii became what we know it as today. That is, volcanic wreckage covered in ash and full of bodies. Many of its 10 to 20,000 inhabitants perished, including a famous author, naturalist, and philosopher by the name of Pliny the Elder. So now we've got our who's and what's sorted out. Let's get into the stuff that you might not have known. Although Pompeii kind of hogs all the attention, it actually wasn't the only town that was buried in the eruption. 3 other towns also succumbed to the power of Vesuvius that day. One was called Herculaneum, and it sat right at the base of the volcano. And just to be clear here, we're going with modern pronunciations of all of these town names, modern American pronunciations, so sorry for hardcore Latin buffs watching this. Herculaneum was kind of a resort town with fancy villas, baths, and swimming pools, while Pompeii was a working town with a somewhat middle-class population. Herculaneum was mostly the upper crust. When excavations at Herculaneum first began, archaeologists didn't find any human remains, so they thought that maybe most of its inhabitants had escaped. However, later excavations near where the shore of Naples used to be uncovered dozens of these missing bodies, who likely died as waves of hot gas careened down the mountainside. The second town was Stabiae, on the eastern end of the Bay of Naples. It's been described as a spa town with walls covered in beautiful and elaborate paintings. And finally, there was Oplontis, a seaside town that included a lavish manor house that might have been home to the second wife of the Roman Emperor Nero. So when we think about the disaster of Pompeii, maybe we should spare a thought for its less famous neighbors. And just like Pompeii wasn't the only town, Mount Vesuvius isn't just one volcano. Technically, it's what's called a composite volcano system, or stratovolcano. This is when a type of volcano that caves inwards, called a caldera, has a new volcano cone that pokes through the older one. So the one we call Vesuvius is that newer cone that popped through a caldera called Mount Somma. The Vesuvius cone was built over 17,000 years as layers of ash, lava, and rock flows piled up over time. And those layers just keep piling on with every eruption, the last of which was in 1944, roughly 6 months after the Allies invaded Italy. Plus, that eruption probably wasn't the last. The volcano is very much still active. A study from 2002 analyzed the volcano's seismic activity over 20 years and found that the Vesuvius system has become more active over that time. Thankfully, the Italian government has an evacuation plan for the surrounding areas if the worst were to occur. Fool us once, Mount Vesuvius, shame on you. Fool us twice, shame on us. Cannot fool us twice. Now, given that so many people died in their homes, you may have assumed that the eruption of Mount Vesuvius was totally unexpected. The thing is, we have evidence that this was the big crescendo in a long chain of seismic events that this little town had dealt with. Pompeii had been hit year after year by avalanches and earthquakes right up until the end. In 2013, archaeologists examined core samples taken from all over Pompeii and saw centuries of rock, ash, and even people's belongings buried buried layer upon layer. That told them that the town was pretty used to being at the mercy of nature well before 79 CE. Maybe the most notable natural disaster before the famous eruption was a massive earthquake in 62 CE, which the town still hadn't fully recovered from by the time Vesuvius got all exploded. Sadly, no one seemed to suspect that the earthquake could be a sign of Vesuvius reawakening after a period of dormancy, until it was too late. Now, when the eruption did finally happen, it wasn't a quick one-and-done event. The entire ordeal took 2 days from start to finish, based on accounts from Pliny the Elder's nephew, creatively named Pliny the Younger. Pliny Jr. described how the events unfolded in 2 letters to the Roman historian Tacitus. First, he saw an odd tree-shaped cloud in the distance around midday. Then, pumice and burnt stones started raining down a few hours later, and tremors shook the buildings in town. That evening, dark volcanic clouds blocked out the sun, and fire could be seen sprouting up from Mount Vesuvius. The next day, buildings began to collapse under the heavy weight of tons of ash and rubble. When the sun finally started to beam through the darkened sky some 48 hours later, Pompeii, Herculaneum, Stabiae, and Atlantis were buried under huge piles of debris. These letters from Pliny are an excellent account and are still often referred to today when retelling the fate of Pompeii. This is what we did at the beginning of this episode. But there's actually also volcanic evidence of what happened. By analyzing deposits in areas around Mount Vesuvius, scientists can see exactly how these layers of ejecta spewed out of the volcano. In a kind of volcanic forensics case, they found that the eruption happened in 3 phases. In the first phase, white, frothy pumice rained down, followed by thick gray pumice that clogged the streets. This phase is called the Plinian phase, named after our friend Pliny the Younger. The second phase, called the glowing avalanche phase, is where hot gas, pumice, and ash flowed down on the town, and fire that looked like lightning forked the sky. At least, that's the way Pliny the Younger tells it. This produced the pyroclastic flows and surges you might have heard of, where molten hot debris rushed down the mountain, decimating anything in its way. All in all, it took nearly 2 days to go from business as usual to a total wasteland, which somehow seems like both a long time and also no time at all. So we've got a pretty good timeline of how the eruption unfolded, but something that's still a bit of a mystery is exactly when, in 79 CE, all this happened. At first, historians thought the eruption started on August 24th, based on translations of Pliny the Younger's letters. But studies of the silt around Pompeii and a coin found buried in the rubble suggested the date was sometime in November. And still other studies have said the eruption probably happened in autumn, not summer, based on how the wind spread ash from the volcano, as well as the kinds of foods people were eating and the heavy clothing they were wearing. Then, in 2019, researchers found some writing on a wall that was dated October 17th, and because it was written in charcoal, they think that it couldn't have been that old when Mount Vesuvius blew. It's still up for debate, but the latest consensus seems to be that the eruption probably happened in October or early November. So if anyone wants to make a Pompeii Remembrance Day holiday, that's probably the window to put it in. So if we don't know the date Mount Vesuvius blew, we still know a lot about that day, like how everyone died, right? Turns out that's about as clear as the skies are looking, which itself seems like the most obvious culprit. The air was full of ash, so everyone who breathed it could have choked. And yeah, that is one hypothesis. A 2023 study using a technique called X-ray fluorescence analyzed which elements were inside the bones and plaster of some of the body casts. And don't worry, we'll get to those casts in a minute. The ratio of calcium and phosphorus in the casts told them that the first people to die probably asphyxiated on ash, and then later their bodies were kind of cooked, which is a little horrifying. But there's also a bunch of evidence that the bigger threat was waves of hot gas and stone called pyroclastic surges. These hot gases lacked oxygen, meaning they'd suffocate anyone who breathed them in. And there is some evidence that these pyroclastic flows were deadly. For one, in Pliny the Younger's letters, he describes his uncle Pliny collapsing and dying from the fumes, not in a cloud of ash. It's all very dramatic. I cannot believe they were in the same room. Plus, when you look at the casts made of people who perished, they're often seen lying down in these relaxed, sleepy poses, which suggests they died slowly from suffocation. Modern reconstructions of how volcanoes erupt shows that the pyroclastic flows of hot gas are the biggest threat to human life. The 2010 study, using a combination of volcanological and anthropological data, concluded that surges of 250 degrees Celsius gas 10 kilometers away would be enough to kill someone instantly, and that is what happened in Pompeii. Plus, other researchers have reached the same conclusion by studying the bones of people found on the beach at Herculaneum. The victims' skulls had these gnarly cracks with black charring. Now, full warning if you want to skip ahead of it here, it gets a bit gruesome. The researchers concluded that these people basically vaporized in the oncoming surge of hot gas. The heat caused their brains to expand and then explode inside of their skulls. They also think this explains why their resting poses were so lifelike, because they didn't have time to react before they died. While this research might seem gruesome, it's actually incredibly useful for figuring out how to best protect the 3 million people living around Mount Vesuvius today, although some of those images are gonna stick with me for a while. But of course, this research needs funding, and also so do we. So here is why. Now, this next entry is a little bit meta. It's not so much about Pompeii, but about what we know about Pompeii. Pompeii is considered one of the best archaeological sites in the world, and that's at least partly because archaeology, as we think of it today, was pretty much born. Now, that's not to say people weren't digging up ancient ruins before Pompeii. For instance, 2,600 years ago, Babylonian kings dug up ancient temples to learn about previous monarchs. But archaeology was more about the rich and ruling class and, shiny things, not about learning about regular people. To do that, most scholars turned to written texts, not to evidence in the great wide world. All of those treasures only mattered to people if they were valuable, not educational. But that changed at Pompeii. Some of the first planned excavations that we know of happened in Pompeii and Herculaneum. In 1748, the King of Naples, Charles III, organized systematic excavations led by military engineer Carl Weber, which were way different from the haphazard and treasure-seeking digs others had done. These original excavations marked a shift from thinking about the history of just the wealthy towards studying average people and how they lived. Archaeology became more about mapping, identifying, and recording than it did about just finding cool stuff. Then in the 1860s, the Italian archaeologist Giuseppe Fiorelli created a new excavation system, one where he divided the city up into blocks to make excavation more efficient. He also had everyone document their finds in a register and take photos so they could save as much information and context around every item as possible. So in a lot of ways, many of the things we now know about the past were only possible thanks to Pompeii. And one of the most iconic things to come out of Pompeii's excavations are the casts of people who perished there. These casts were made by Fiorelli and his team, not by the volcano itself. They'd noticed that there were hollows in the ash layer where people's bodies had been, and they wanted to save the shapes while also digging below the ash. So the team would pour plaster into the open voids in the ash, making a perfect replica of their shape before brushing the ash away. But even though this makes bodies look well preserved, the remains inside are really hard to study. Most of these casts don't even contain an entire skeleton. In fact, in one study, when researchers scanned 26 casts using X-rays, they found that none of their skeletons were 100% complete. See, before DNA analysis and carbon dating, some archaeologists didn't think skeletons were that useful, so sometimes bones were just removed. Hindsight is 20/20, I guess. And that's, as you might expect, not the only way that those early excavations may have done some damage. It turns out that the plaster itself may have caused some problems for preservation. Bones naturally have tiny little pores in them, and when plaster gets into those pores, it can mess with the chemical composition of the bones, making them harder to study in the future. But in a 2023 study, researchers found a clever way around this problem. They were able to quantify just how the chemical composition of bones from Pompeii changed because of the cast making by comparing them to similar remains from Spain. That now gives them a reference point so they could figure out which changes were
What the
caused by the
fudge?
plaster and which were caused by other things,
Oh,
like
crap.
the heat
Nope.
of the explosion.
Okay.
In any case, making these casts may have done more harm than good, so I am sure Fiorelli's heart was in the right place. Now, despite problems with the casts, recently scientists have been able to get new information from the material that is there. And that is thanks to new methods for extracting and sequencing DNA. So even when the skeletons were left intact before casting, the super hot temperatures from the eruption pretty much obliterated any DNA in the remains, leaving just tiny sections of genetic material. And that limited how much geneticists could learn from it. But in 2022, scientists sequenced the genomes of 2 individuals using newer sequencing methods and well-preserved samples of ancient DNA from a part of the skull called the petrospell. And they were able to use this DNA to learn about migration. See, with Pompeii at the middle of this huge trade network, they wanted to know if the people who lived in Pompeii were all from there, or if it was common for out-of-towners to settle down there. And it turns out one of these individuals was very local and had DNA that looked pretty similar to Mediterranean people today. But he also likely wasn't a slave, since they were often brought in from other parts of the empire, like North Africa or the Middle East. What's even stranger is that the scientists noticed he had holes in his vertebra, and when they analyzed DNA from those bones, they found Mycobacterium tuberculosis. That's right, even ancient Romans had
Everything is tuberculosis.
Sorry, did I hear the word tuberculosis?
Who was that guy? Anyway, and as archaeologists and geneticists uncover and sequence even more DNA, they're having to rethink some of their theories about how people lived in ancient Pompeii. In 2024, for example, scientists sequenced DNA from 4 individuals found in one of Pompeii's more luxe dwellings called the House of the Golden Bracelet. And it's called that because one of the individuals inside was found wearing a pretty hefty gold bangle. So, that's not what they called it back then. The group of 4 consisted of 2 adults, one much taller than the other, and 2 children. The smaller adult was wearing said fancy bangle, and the group of 4 were huddled together at the time they all died. So between that and other context clues, historians had previously assumed that they were a husband and wife and their 2 children. But according to the DNA, both of the adults were male, and none of the 4 were genetically related. That led researchers to reevaluate what the Pompeian household structure could have been, and it says a lot about the closeness of social bonds between non-relatives. Maybe family didn't just mean blood family and could include slaves, friends, or adopted children. It's also worth mentioning that this doesn't mean that these 2 adults couldn't have been a couple. If anything, all it tells us is that in Pompeii, a family could have been a lot more than spouses and their biological children. Other DNA-based studies have been able to reconstruct some individuals' hair and eye colors and suggest that people living in Pompeii were descended from those in the eastern Mediterranean and Anatolia. These recent studies just go to show that there's still so much to learn or relearn about Pompeii. Which brings us to our last little fact. There's still a ton that we do not know about Pompeii and the eruption. Like, even though archaeology was basically born here, the work is far from finished. As much as a third of Pompeii has yet to be excavated, so who knows what might be hiding underneath all that ash and rubble. Plus, as we come up with new techniques like genetic analysis, archaeologists open up new pathways to understanding more about the things
Green.
that have been excavated. It's just wild to me to think of, like, Giuseppe first excavating this stuff, having no idea that someday some esoteric molecule inside of a bone would let us know that, like, that person had TB, or that these people weren't related to each other, and who knows what techniques we'll have in the future. We can figure out their eye colors, which is what makes this such an important site for our understanding of ancient Rome. So now you know that there is a lot more to Pompeii's story than the fact that a nearby volcano blew up. Like Vesuvius itself, research is still active. And maybe soon we'll have even more facts to add to the list about how these people lived, not just how they died.
Destroy 1 tank, huh? The bingo paradox.
This is a video about bingo, so it feels appropriate that there's a bingo card. You can play bingo while learning about bingo. These are things you may or may not spot in the video. We are Stand Up Mass Patreon supporters to suggest what they would put in a bingo card. But don't use this one, because if everyone's using the same one, you're all going to win at exactly the same time. So in the description of this video, I will link to a Dropbox folder with 10,000 randomly generated versions of this. Maybe we'll have different things in them. We've got a set of 75 possible things you're looking for, and you will have 24 assigned to your bingo card. So in theory, you will win at probably a unique moment. Comment below if you think you've had the earliest point in the video where you've won. But I can guarantee one thing. It's for everyone watching this video. Let's say there are thousands of people playing bingo simultaneously, and these have been assigned randomly. Your card is different. I guarantee it is 3 times more likely that the person who wins matches a horizontal line compared to a vertical line. And it's true. That's a mathematical fact. And you might think that's ridiculous because this is just a standard number bingo sheet. You might think, well, hey, what about proof by just turning it over? Like, how, if they're random, how on earth can horizontal be 3 times more likely than vertical on the winning bingo card when you could do this? But it turns out there are some subtleties in the game of bingo. By the way, my book, Love Triangle, which is out now, I know I mention it a lot, it's probably on the bingo card, but it was a #1 bestseller. Isn't that incredible? If you had got the Sunday Times a couple of weeks ago, which I did, you flick through to the culture section, and there it is, Sunday Time bestsellers. Hardback, general, that's me, Love Triangle, #1. We beat House of Beckham, which was meant to be #1 into position #2. Hilarious. So thank you so much to everyone who bought the book. It's been so busy and frantic since it came out, I haven't really stopped to celebrate. So this video, in theory, is to celebrate #1 bestseller. These are still available on Mass Gear, by the way, and people keep asking, so I say, if you do buy this off Mass Gear at the moment, we are still doing the limited edition triangle covers. So if you buy it on Mass Gear, not only will it be signed by me, but on the back, oh, this is number 76. On the back, I've individually numbered all of them and initialed them and signed them. You get both covers, Mass Gear. I'll link to it below. Thank you so much to everyone who's buying them. Please keep buying it. I still have a lot of these left. I'd really like to sell them. I committed to a lot of first editions for you. Don't let me down. And if you did want one, but you're in North America and the postage from the UK was so expensive, I appreciate that. The US edition is out today. Yes, you can buy Love Triangle in your own country. You'll get free shipping. You can probably get it at a discount on Amazon. I'll put my affiliate link below. But if you do want to get a copy of Love Triangle, please do buy it from anywhere this week, because then there's a chance we will get into the New York Times bestseller list. Wouldn't that be amazing? Come on, buy it this week. I'd like us the right amount of parasocial guilt, and now bingo. Oh, so the first number out was 28. I'm just quickly checking. I generated 3 bingo cards a second ago. No 28s, so nothing to mark off. We will then spin this. This cost £6, by the way. Cheapest bingo set we could find, because we take good use of Patreon's funding seriously here. Oh, okay, next number, what do we got there? It's not 7, number 11. I think I've got the idea down for being a bingo caller. So now I look through 4 and 11, no 11, no 11. Oh, and 11, there's an 11 there. Right, I gotta mark that off. And there it is, 11. We are off and racing. Now, some of you will have noticed something odd about this bingo card. It seems that there are small numbers on one side and then they get gradually bigger as you go across the columns. And while they are random, it's this kind of, not an ordering, but they're subsets of numbers. That's what means that rotating it this way is different. Like that is a fundamentally different bingo card. Now I've rotated it, which is why this way up. Horizontal matches are way more likely to be on the winning card than vertical ones. And we can have a look at the exact details of what's going on there on this whiteboard. just realized I've drawn that grid, so from my perspective, it looks like a proper grid, but straight on, it looks a bit skewed. Sorry about that. Anyway, so we've got 5 columns, 5 rows. The middle one is like a free space, so you get that no matter what, and then we're actually going to ignore the probability of getting diagonals. They do change the math
It's a visual issue.
but not enough to worry about for now. We'll deal with that later on. So we're just going to look at your probability of winning on a row or on a column. Now, this has a subset. It has 24 of the numbers from 1 to 75 filled in there. However, they're not equally likely to go anywhere. This first column here, which is often labeled as the B column, that B column has 5 numbers selected from the numbers 1 to 15. So this column here is everything from 1 to 15. The I column is then everything from 16 to 30. The N column, 31 to 45. G is 46 to 60. O is 61 to 75. So in one sense, the numbers from 1 to 75 are equally likely to appear in the grid, with a mild impact that the numbers from 31 to 45 are slightly less likely. That actually doesn't make a difference to what we're doing here. So you can still look at it and go, well, it's random, but somehow by putting them in these categories and then putting them in, it's changing the probability. It's changing the odds of what the winning line will be. And it was my friend Art Benjamin who originally showed me the bingo paradox. They wrote a paper in 2017 with Joseph Kissenweather and Ben Weiss, and it goes through the mathematics behind why these categories change the probability so much. Just to clarify our terms here, we are talking about a lot of people playing bingo at once. So there's a single string of numbers coming out of the bingo spinner, and then eventually one person wins, and whoever that person is, it's 3 times more likely they had a horizontal row than a vertical row. And Art and their collaborators did simulate that in software. That's what I would have done. They probably knew something better than my terrible Python code. But they generated 1,000 random bingo cards, and then they simulated 100,000 games where those same 1,000 people are playing bingo at once. And in that situation, they had a result that it was twice as likely to get horizontal winners as vertical winners. While simulations are helpful, we are of course going to go through the proof in general that they do in the paper, and it's very nice. But the thing I want to pull out from that example is that we're imagining a big room of people all playing at once, and that's going to give us our first assumption to make the maths a little bit easier, and that is if a series of balls come out which hypothetically could win a game of bingo, we're going to assume so many people are playing at once that someone will have a card where that has won. Now, to do the working out, we're going to use the other side of the whiteboard. Spent a lot more Patreon money on this than we did on the bingo spinner. The first number that comes out, we don't know what it is. We're just going to call it X. In our case, it was 28. That's the first one. Actually, we're going to call it X1 because it's the first number that comes out. The second number, which in our case was 11, we're going to call X2. And then we'll get a third number. Let's just get one of those. Here it is. Our third number is... Oh, we got that one for free. For free. So, there we go. Now, no one can win yet because we haven't got enough numbers. So in theory, you would need at least 4 for these ones to be able to win because you could use the null in the middle. So we could argue that once we get to X4, that's it. It's a possible winner. Like I said, that complicates the maths. So for now, we're going to ignore the center one. We're going to assume you need to have 5. So X5 is the first opportunity for someone to have won. And a quick clarification here on both words and numbers. We have something that we call the bingo sequence. That's the order in which these 75 balls come out of the bingo machine. And that's 75 factorial. There are so many possible bingo sequences, it's ridiculous. That's 2 times 10 to the 109. More than the number of atoms in the canvas. You know how this works. Big number, ridiculous number. And we will actually have to use that at some point in our calculations. But in practice, you're never going to need that many balls. You're going to have a game where someone's won way before that. But hypothetically, that's the space of possible bingo games coming out of the bingo spinner thing here. We also have, as opposed to the bingo sequence, bingo cards. Now there are far fewer of these because once again, if we factor in the null again, there's one column where you're picking 4 from 15, so it's 15 choose 4, and then 4 columns where it's 15 choose 5. And so that's 15 choose 5 to the power of 4. Multiply them together. If you factor in the null, that's 111 quadrillion possible bingo cards. Actually, here's the full number. Of course, we worked it out. It's maths. You can do it precisely, or rather, Warframe Alpha. And if you're playing along with the Found Out Maths bingo cards, of those possible 111 quadrillion cards, I generated 10,000 of them at random and put them in the Dropbox folder. Dropbox do say they can have up to 300,000 files in a folder. I didn't want to push my luck. 10,000 is plenty. So assuming the moment the 5th number comes out of our bingo sequence, there is a possible winning play, and there's plenty of people playing that someone will have it. We can now calculate what's the probability that these are such that it could be a horizontal match, and what's the probability it could be a vertical match. We will do horizontal first. So when the first number comes out of our bingo sequence, doesn't matter what it is. 100% of those, 1 from 1, mean that we're in the running to have a horizontal win. The second one, however, has to be from a different column. So whatever column this one's in, those 15 numbers, we don't want to see them again because we need to get 1 from every single column from the first 5 to plausibly have a horizontal win. So the other 4 columns, where there are 60 numbers in the other 4 columns that the second one could be from, and because we've already removed 1 ball, there are 74 balls remaining in the bingo spinner. We've now got 2 columns. If we want to get the 3rd column, well, that's any of the remaining 45 from the other 3 columns, and there's now 73 left. Then we're down to 30 out of 72. And finally, any of the 15 in the remaining column we don't have yet, out of the 71 that are still on the spinner. You multiply all those together, the probability that someone who wins after 5 balls is 0.04400. Not bad. So there's a 4% chance of a horizontal win after 5. What's our probability for a vertical?
I already had it on.
Pretty much the same logic. The first ball that comes out, doesn't matter what it is.
Hey, did I do that sometimes?
One of the columns somewhere, that's good enough. 1 out of 1. We now need the next 4 if we're going to have a vertical win to all be in the same
I was
column.
distracted by the
They're
show.
all coming out of that same pool of 15 possible numbers, of which we've already had 1. So the second one has to be one of the remaining 14 numbers out of the 74 left to draw from. This one then has to be the 3rd number in the same column. So that's any of the remaining 13 we haven't used out of 73, the remaining 12 out of 72, and finally the last 11 out of 71. And you can already see that vertical is way less likely than horizontal because these at the bottom here, the denominators are all the same, but the numerators are way smaller. In fact, if you multiply all these together, it equals 0.00087.
Oh, that reminds me.
Less than 0.1% chance that the 5th ball gives you a vertical win. And look, that is way less likely than this. As they note in the paper, so a horizontal sequence is about 50 times more likely than a vertical sequence on the 5th draw. 50 times! Obviously, it doesn't always stay that bad, and as you have more and more numbers coming out, for each one we could work out the probability for horizontal and the probability for vertical. For example's sake, I'm going to do what they did in the paper here, and we're going to try and calculate it for the 10th number coming out in the sequence, which is a lot more complicated, but I think it's going to be worth it. Future Matt here. I just wanted to clarify if you're thinking, but the video's done, or the maths is complete. It's because we've only done it for the if someone wins on the 5th ball out. And it feels very conclusive because past Matt wasn't particularly clear, but we also have to do the maths for if it was on the 6th ball, the 7th ball, all the way through. So that's why past Matt's going to do the example for if someone happens to win on the 10th ball, which isn't special, it's just one that we're going to do as an example. And at the end of the video, we will show the complete combined result for all the different places a bingo sequence could terminate. If you want the answer, you can skip ahead now. If you want to do the working out, I'm going to go make some coffee. And then, this is not coffee, this is water. If you ticked off coffee on the bingo spreadsheet, you are wrong. Drinking water from the mug. In a second, it'll be coffee. Now it's coffee. Or is it? Knock it down at your own risk. So this is the case where n equals 5. So someone won on the number 5 ball out of here. And this
It's worth it.
is the case for n equals 10. Without any loss of generality, we're going to assume that the very 10th one that comes out, so this is the one where someone wins, and we're going to do the calculation for a horizontal win. We're going to say that's ball number 75, which means it comes out of the collection of O. So I'm actually going to now refer to these different sets as just set B, that's 1 to 15, set I is 16 to 30, and so on. So the very first one's from set O, somewhere in 61 to 75. Specifically, we're going to say number 75. It could be any ball from any set. But what that means is these other 9 here, well, we can deduce a few things about them straight away. First of all, none of them can be O, because we know when this one comes out and it's O, that's the winning move. And so that has to be the first O that appears because it's completing that row, and it means the rest here has to be from B, I, N, and G, and we need to have at least one of each so that our O at the end here can complete a total horizontal match. So we now just calculate that probability for this case, for this ball, multiply it by 75, and we have the probability it happens at all. So what could these look like? Well, we could have one of them could be a B. In fact, we could have B, 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 up to 4 Bs. We can't have a 5th one because then that could possibly be a matching vertical one. So that's the most we can have of Bs. We could then have, I don't know, let's do 3 Is, 1 N, and 1 G. That's 9 in total. There's no 5 of any one of them, and there's at least 1 of each. And we could summarize that as being 4, 3, 1, 1. Now, there are other 4, 3, 1, 1s. That could also be B, I, and G, G, G. That's also a 4, 3, 1, 1. We're just saying there's 4
In
of
different
one,
order,
and
yeah.
3 of another one, and then 1 each of the remaining ones. And we can fill in every possible variation on that afterwards, but it kind of makes life a bit easier to clump them into families. So we got one family which has, as I said in the paper, the shape of 4, 3, 1, 1. There's another family which is 4, 2, 2, 1. There's 4, 3, 3, 2, 1. Finally, 3, 2, 2, 2. So these are the 4 possible families of shapes of results we could get for those 9. As I said, there's multiple ways you can get 4, 3, 1, 1. In fact, there are 12 different ways you can do it, and you can follow through that if you want. There's 12 different ways you can get this one. There's 12 you can get that one. And this one, because there's 3 2s, actually reduces it. There's only 4 ways that you can have a unique way of assigning B-I-N-G to that shape. Now, we're just going to focus on this first one here, but again, what we do for this one, we can apply to the other ones in a moment. So now taking this one here as our starting example, and we've got to actually assign numbers to this now. So what could these B's be? Well, there are 15 possible values in the set of B, of which we need to choose 4, so that's 15, choose 4. We then multiply that by, well, there's 15, choose 3. For the I's, and then there's 15, choose 1, and 15, choose 1. So pretty straightforward. And you can see already, given this is just 4311 at the bottom, how we could fit these other ones in for their cases. And now we need to expand it out to include everything else. So, how many possible sequences match this? Well, first of all, there's every conceivable way you could have arranged these within here. They don't have to be BBB in that order as they come out. We need to multiply this by 9 factorial to take that into account. Technically, in a moment, we want to divide this to get a probability out of all 75 factorial possible bingo sequences. As we established, is a lot, which means we need to think about all the ones after the 10th one. I mean, there's another 65 of them to come, and they could be in all sorts of orders. So we're going to chuck in a 65 factorial here, and I find it fascinating that there's, like, this number's practically incomputable. I mean, you can compute it, but it's got over 100 digits. It's such an unimaginably large number. As is 65 factorial, but we're using them because they're going to kind of cancel each other out, and we'll still get like a nice neat
What's his
answer. I
name?
find it hilarious that technically we
Damn.
you know, in isolation, parts of this hit such huge extremes, but yet we get a nice simple result out the other side. Anyway, we now need to factor in our other steps here. So we're all the way down to here. We need to multiply by that 12. We need to multiply by that 75. Future map clarification, we're not multiplying by 75 because that's the number of the last ball. We picked that one arbitrarily. It's 75 because there are 75 possible balls, which could be last. We've only done one, so we've got to multiply it up. 9 factorial times 65 factorial times 12 times 75. So the probability of someone winning with a horizontal match on the 10th number out for this shape specifically, but every combination within it, equals 0.01517. We now just need to do the equivalent thing for the 3 other shapes. We add them all up, and we get the grand total probability of the match being horizontal, which I'm just going to read off the paper here. It equals 0.09415. 0.09415. There you go. And that's what Art and their collaborators did. They calculated, first of all, this for every single shape for the case of n equals 10. And then they repeated the whole process for a vertical match. And then they did that for every possible n value. In this table here, there's their final results. You might be wondering, though, why it stops at n equals 17. And that's because that's the last possible moment when it either goes horizontal or vertical. And there's 2 reasons why assuming if someone can win, they do simplifies the maths. One is this one, because up to 16, well, then you've had like 4 of each of the other columns. And the next one, the 17th one, either has to make 5 all in the same column, or it makes a complete set of 1 from each of the columns. And because we're assuming someone will win as soon as they can, it means we can stop the count there. It also means that you cannot have someone winning horizontal and vertical at the same time, which would again confuse the mathematics. But to win horizontal, you need to be the first time you're getting 1 in the winning final column, and to win vertically, it needs to be the 5th time you're in that column. And a ball coming out cannot both simultaneously be the first one from that set and the 5th one from that set. So the assumption of someone definitely wins as soon as they can, again, simplifies the maths there nicely. We add up all the probabilities of a horizontal on n, ph subscript n, and the probabilities of vertical, and we get a 75.2% chance that the winning move was horizontal and 24.8% is vertical. So basically 3/4 of the time horizontal, 1/4 of the time vertical, and that is our ratio of 3:1. We can also finally deal with the middle blank space because Joe Kissenweather and Dick Hess did run the calculations for what happens once you've got that free space in the middle, and it does change the probability slightly. It now means a horizontal win is 73.73% likely, and the vertical win is therefore 26.27% likely. So there's our final ratio if you're playing stand-up mass bingo at home, or any bingo where you've got a free space in the middle and you're pulling 5 from sets of 15 for a total of 75 options, it is a 2.8 to 1 ratio of someone winning on a horizontal versus someone winning on a vertical. The bingo paradox is true, and we have now put some numbers on it. Much like the game of bingo. It's got numbers on it. And in conclusion, I would like to tie this back to my book, Love Triangle, now the Sunday Times #1 bestseller, and soon to be New York Times bestseller. Come on, you're gonna buy it, do it. And I can do that slightly conkily because, as well as 2 people, Tom and Mike, sending me in crosswords that they made based on my book, I'll link to those below. My friend Eliane McDonald has made a bingo sheet for the book. So I'll link to that below. You can follow along with the bingo sheet while you're reading the book. And as I mentioned earlier in the video, you can still get the Triangle edition based on the blueprint by Paul Catherall if you buy it on Massgear. Sadly, the other 2 ones are sold out. Well, I say sold out, I have got 2 here. So this is a very, very rare simplex one. There's only 1,001 of these, of which this is one of them. Number 653. And I've got a still quite rare, but not as rare, tetrahedron one. There are only 2,024 of these. So you can go and buy any copy of Love Triangle on Massgear and you'll definitely get one of these, but all 3 of them, give me a second. I now have 3 of these, 1 of each cover, and when it dawned on me, because this is the most limited one, there's only 1,001 of them, and there are only 168 prime numbers below 1,001, of which this is 1, then it's plausible that I could make 168 box sets which have all 3 of the covers based on Paul Catherall's excellent prints in a cuboid. And what I find particularly pleasing is that the covers are based on Siddler's shape. Oh, actually, I'll grab them. They're over here. The covers are based on Siddler's shape, which is the complicated one from the 1960s. And because I was then doing a box set of matching prime numbers together in a cuboid, I thought I could make the design of the box is based on the cuboid-based version of the same type of shape discovered by my friend Robert Houston 2 years ago. And so, what an object! Now, these are too expensive. You should not buy these. They're selling them for £168 a box set, which is too much for buying the same book 3 times. But if you want to support the channel, I'm going to use the money from the box sets to do a video in the future, and I will name you in the credits of that video to say thank you for buying the box set and funding the channel. And if you really, really want the other ones, it is the only way to get the simplex and the tetrahedron versions of the cover. And while we're selling stuff, Paul Catherall has actually made a run of prints based on these designs. You can buy them from his shop if you want some original artwork. They're very cool. Link below. And all 3 of them will match. Nice. I cannot guarantee you'll get this one. You know what? I'm going to write, I'm not signing the boxes because frankly this comes with 3 numbers, 3 initials and 3 signatures already on the inside books. But given this is prime number, was it 653? 653, I'm going to sign exactly 1 cuboid set. So on the back here, I'm going to write on screen number 0653, and 1 more signature. I've signed so many things. So I will give this randomly to 1 person who orders the box set on the day this video went out. So if you order it today, there's a 1 in N, where N is smaller than 168 chance that you will get this one, but you definitely get 1 of them, and the standard one with the, I still think, absolutely incredible triangle cover. You get that and the original cover if you order on Massgear. That's enough of me talking about my book. I put so much work into this, and I've signed so many, and like I didn't have to do any of this ridiculous extra stuff, but I wanted to do it, and I hugely appreciate if you can order it. It will be cheaper when it comes out in paperback next year.
This has been a Stand Up Maths production for the Stand Up Maths Network. Filmed and edited by Alex Ganbash, produced by Nicole Jacobus, written and performed by Matt Parker, and while I'm here, you should
When I started this channel about 13 years ago, I didn't start it with the idea that it would be some sort of consumer advocacy channel or a right to repair channel or me fixing motherboards and showing people. It was me sitting in a chair and talking about my experience that day, mostly from running a business. When I started this channel, I had Rossman Repair Group, which is the repair company I was running, and Rossman Supply Group, which was the company that I was running into the ground. Yeah, there's really no other way to put that. And one of the things that I noticed and what I enjoyed about making these videos, particularly the ones in the business advice, business talk playlist, is that it helped me work through ideas and thoughts that I had that I wasn't really aware that I had until I sat down to do a video. Knowing that other people had the potential to watch or listen to what I was saying caused me to say things differently, and it caused me to think things through in a manner that I just didn't think them through before. I never thought that this channel would have more than maybe 5 or 20 subscribers, but that wasn't the point. It wasn't about how many people would listen. It was about the fact that people could potentially listen, and that kind of affected the way that I would say things. And I remember going to this I forget what you call it. I hate forgetting stuff like this in art because it means something to people. It was a puppet show, something like that. And I was talking with one of the people after the show, one of the ventriloquists, and somebody was asking him about how he comes up with the personality for his doll, and he said, that's me. And he's like, well, that's not what you're like when I talk to you at all. He's like, no, that's me. You don't understand. That is me. That is a part of me that only comes out when I do this. And that was one of the most fun parts of YouTube for me, is me finding this other personality that I didn't realize that I had, and then applying it in this way, and then kind of incorporating it into me, and then actually using that to try and do some good in the world. The me that existed in 2010 would not have showed up to legislative hearings with a camera and said, I'm just going to record lobbyist bullshitting and then give my own response. I would have been scared shitless to sit there and even come up with anything. I would have been stuttering, or probably wouldn't have even walked in the room to try. I wouldn't have tried raising money to try and get bills passed, or do a lot of different things that I wound up doing with my business. I wouldn't have believed that I could just invest in stuff like data recovery and not have it be a giant fail after my old experiences. So what I really enjoyed about doing YouTube videos was the fact that I got to explore this other part of my personality and what I was doing. And I used to have this playlist called Business Talk and Business Advice, and I haven't contributed to that thing in about 8 or 9 years. And I feel bad that I haven't, because there's been so many other things going on since then. And that was kind of what started the channel. If you scroll back to the old videos, it's not me fixing motherboards or anything else. It was videos like that, just me talking at the end of my day about what went on. And one of the first videos that I had that really blew up in that way was reseller ratings. This was a company that was telling people it's about maybe $30 or $50 or $100 a month to use our service, and then they would hike the rates up exponentially as you got more business over time. And the reason they were able to do that is they were in a very unique position. Back in 2011 and 2012, if you were using Google Shopping, which is what you needed to have so that you would have your product show up at the top, you needed to have, if you wanted to have reviews show up, if you wanted to have stars, which is what's necessary for people to actually trust you, the only reviews that Google was grabbing at that time were reseller ratings reviews. So they knew that they kind of had you by the balls, and they would just kind of extort you. And I did a video talking about this, and then after that video wound up getting tens of thousands of comments saying spammer misleading, and a bunch of thumbs down, all from Vietnam within like a couple of hours, according to my analytics. I did a video follow-up talking about the very interesting coincidence with regards to the reputation management type of thing that I saw going on. But anyway, one of the things I wanted to talk about here was the experience that I've had in just fixing up some of the things in my house and dealing with some other repair companies as I go. Because what I've realized is that I've come to take for granted the employees that I have, how good they are at their job, and I've also admittedly, not to kind of stroke my own ego, but I think I've also taken for granted the degree to which I cared about my customers and all these small details back in the day, and the example that I was trying to set for everybody else that I hired so that they would live up to this particular standard. I try to avoid doing this thing where I tell you what to do or I say you need to do this, that, or the other. Rather, I would kind of like to set an example so that you see what it is that I expect. So if you're sitting there and there's 3 customers in the store and you are, like, let's say somebody walks in and you didn't at least acknowledge them. I could be sitting in my office and see this happen, which is 70 feet away, and I'll run to the front of the store and say, hey, what can I do for you? Or, yeah, I'll be with you in 1 second. I'm not going to say you need to say hi to that customer. I'm simply going to do that to demonstrate I'm working on something, I'm fixing something. But when somebody shows up, we acknowledge every single person who walks in because they'll be pissed if you don't. It's kind of like picking up the phone as fast as 911, that kind of thing. That's what Uline has talked about. And I think that the culture that we have is at a point where even if I'm not the one that's always there, that this stuff is just constantly reinforcing itself because I have good people and I'm very, very humbled, happy, and honored that they choose to work for me and not go off and work for somebody else that can probably afford to pay them way more than I can. I feel like I'm getting value that I haven't really earned based on what I can afford to pay people that are this awesome at what they do. So I am having some work done on my home, and I'm also doing some work on my home myself, and I thought I would talk about the experience of that because it really led me to this understanding of what it is that I was taking for granted at my own company and what everybody here has built over the years. I have a lot of work to do on this place. I realized when I bought this house that I was choosing a house the same way that I used to build my relationships. Beautiful view, gorgeous view, horrible foundation. And there's a lot of stuff that I need to do to this house to make it into something that is something that will stand the test of time, for lack of a better way to put it. I knew that when I bought it. That's why I bought it. In the immortal words of John Grossbard, studio landlord of Planet to Planet at 251 West 30th Street, if I made this place any nicer, you couldn't afford it. He was a cool dude. He was, he always used to talk about when he had that studio back in the 70s, and he would walk over to the pizza shop on the corner on 7th on 7th Avenue and 30th Street, and he would bring literally just enough money to buy the pizza because half the time he would go there, he would get mugged. I'm glad that I wasn't in New York for the 60s, like 90s, 2000s, 2010s, 70s, and 60s. Yeah. Anyway, this was one of the things that with this house. If it was any nicer, I couldn't afford it. So I've done a lot of my own little work, patching things up, doing some basic stuff with electrical. And there's some things that I don't know how to do perfectly, and I want them to be done well, not just the little patchwork crap that I've done on some of the mortar stuff that had cracks on it. So I try to find a professional. And in this entire process, I'm learning to appreciate all the things that my coworkers and the people that I work with do for me that other companies' employees don't seem to do for them. So first one is I have some mortar cracks around everything, and some of them are serious, and I just don't want to be patching them up in a half-ass way. So I remember having this one person show up, and he is looking around the entire place. I'm showing him where all these cracks are, and I'm explaining, here are the ones that are the ones I want addressed immediately. Here are the ones that are not as big a deal, but I'd like to get all of them done, but this one immediately. And I'm going over all these cracks. This house is about 3 stories, and it has a very high ceiling on the 3rd floor. So it goes up really high, and there's some windows that are very high. So I remember asking him, okay, how do you plan to get up there? And I asked this because I saw about a 24-foot ladder in his truck, and I didn't see one of those, giant extension ladders. And he said, oh, you want me to do that? And I'm thinking to myself, we had a 20-minute walkthrough of my house, and I explicitly pointed over and over again to that. That I used for that job, when I was going around everything, I asked, okay, so just so I know, how do you plan on getting up there? Because that's pretty high. Do you know how to get up there? And he looks at me like I have 2 heads, and he goes, of course I plan on getting up there. You told me that that's where one of the cracks is, and you showed it to me. I have to get up there. Now, here's what I would do. I would build scaffolding, and here's how that scaffolding is going to be built into the price. Here's how much time it would take to build a scaffolding. Here's everything that I have to do, and once I get up there, that's what I'm going to be able to do. Okay. And what I'm looking for there is that the wheels are turning, that you're thinking. thinking. Whether or not scaffolding is a better solution than having that little truck thing with the joystick thingy that that allows you to go up and stuff, that personally I don't care. What I care about is show me and demonstrate that you listen to what I said and that you are thinking. If you're willing to do that, I'm willing to pay you, and I'll pay you so much more money than I'm willing to pay the person that can't think. Ironically, the people that wind up quoting the most are the people that go, oh. I find the next person, and this is another one with a window thing. This is somebody who does windows, and he also said, well, we do doors as well. And there's some work where I was able to kind of, cobble together a shitty old 20-year-old warped builder grade window into something that's not a piece of shit. And there are others where I'm just not fucking with it. I'm gonna leave it to a professional. This gentleman comes in, and we spend about 30 minutes going over everything. He says we also do doors, and I have a decent iron door, but it's one of those doors where you put your hand to it, and you can just feel the freezing. It's not even that, you feel the freezing coming off on you, even if it's perfectly sealed and weather stripped and everything else. So it doesn't have that thermal thing, whatever the hell in between it that kind of insulates or whatever. I'm not a door expert. So, okay, fine. You can give me an idea on a door. Now, I have 3 floors in this house. The second floor of this house is bedrooms and small rooms. The third floor is a living room and a kitchen. And the first floor is really just a garage. There's nothing here but a garage. You have an area downstairs that's probably less than 150 usable square feet. I would say probably not even 100 usable square feet that is usable for just walking into the house and then turning around for the stairwell. So this has 2 small closets in it. And one of the closets I took off the door of, and I put 2 litter boxes there. So the first floor of my house is mostly a 4-car garage, which is used for storage of just all my crap, and then where the cat takes a shit. So this is Blackberry's bathroom. And I explained, for the windows for this room, I would like something of quality. And if I'm going to replace this door, I would like something that's sturdy, but I have no desire to have a window. I don't care about a window. My cat likes privacy. And even if she didn't like privacy, I don't feel like spending extra money for a window on a door so that people could watch Blackberry take a shit. It's just not, it's not where I would like to spend my money. And I wound up getting a quote back that's somewhere in the $70,000 to $95,000 range for everything. And it includes a quote for a door that is $24,000 with a beautiful, gorgeous window. And then he offered a couple of different options for everything and some cheaper. There was another door that was about $17,000, and it also has a beautiful, gorgeous window. And he's actually talking about the quality of this window in contrast.
He didn't listen.
And then I just pointed out, do you remember the 3 minutes we spent talking about how the
I
first
don't
floor of
want
my
anybody
house
to
is
watch my
essentially when
cat
the
shit.
takes a shit, and now I need a window? Oh. Now contrast that to the people that I have in my business. And again, this is the thing where I'm talking about taking things for granted, because these are jobs where, again, it's like $3,000 to $7,000 for this type of mortar work, $30,000 to $90,000 for this type of window and door work, and then we're talking about stuff which is a few $100s. So somebody shows up and they are absolutely stressed out like crazy because they are going to college, and I think they were graduate students, and they had their PhD thesis or something like that on there. And this person's on the phone, oh my God, talking to their parents and talking to their classmates and other, I think, friends. I don't know exactly. It was a one-way phone conversation. I didn't really know all of it. They were freaking out over what was going on with their master's thesis or something like that. And the person that does data recovery at the time is going to provide a quote once they do an estimate for the drive. So we give you an idea what it is. If it's basic, 100. If it's firmware, 2 to 4 whatever. If it is stuck heads, 4 to 900. If it's bad heads, 9 to 2000. If it has bad platters. Like, it's just, we give in the basic ranges, but we'll call you. Now, a day later, we give her a call back. And we say, okay, good news. It looks like there are weak heads. If you want everything, that's going to cost this much to replace. If you don't need everything, I would be able to do it much cheaper. And just in case, we've already grabbed the thesis folder that we saw in the root, because I figured that was probably the most important thing. And it was on the... it was, it was on the portion with the good heads, and it was also like one of the root folders. And she's like, oh, you knew that was the most important? And he said, oh yeah, I heard what you were talking about in the lobby. And she had this weird, like, you could hear these, like, that type of stuff, like, oh my God, they actually fucking listened to me and gave a shit. And I'm never gonna remember being that proud of an employee when I heard him say that, because it was obvious that you kind of caught on to a thing that I'm doing when I'm listening to all these customers, and I'm having these conversations back and forth, and the little things I pick up on and try to pick up on, and you did that, and this person was absolutely floored and amazed. So rather than quote them for something they probably didn't need, you quoted them for something that would have cost them less, but also you thought ahead. You knew that they needed this. You knew that if that particular, so you grabbed that immediately. Again, like this is not a business where we go through people's data or anything. Like if you're going to copy everything off, you're going to see like C, Windows, System 32, all that kind of crap that's in the whatever the hell is it. BlackBerry, I already fed you. Cut the shit.
A bunch
Just cut
of
the shit.
garbage
You
from
got
the
fed
operating
3
system
times.
that's not
I
necessary.
spent 20 minutes playing with a fucking laser pointer with you. I spent 15 minutes petting you. I get my time now. It's my time, Barry. That cat's a fucking terrorist. Yeah. You actually listened to the customer. You were paying attention intently to everything that they were saying. And then when they needed something, you were able to offer them the exact solution that they needed rather than something that was different because you were paying attention. This type of stuff matters. Really does. It makes a difference. And it's hard to state how important this type of thing is when you're running a business. To be clear, I know somebody out there is going to say, oh, how'd you know there was a thesis folder? Like, if you're doing data recovery, you don't look through people's shit. But if I have to grab this stuff and copy it over, it's not like I'm doing this as I do it and then clicking 30 times to see if I got it. It's just, like, you see the folder name on the root directory. Like, it is what it is. The people that I have here
I don't
are
poke
not
around in my
people that are actually like
customers'
looking through
computers,
people's
but
stuff. It's not
I
even
kinda
a
have to
moral or
see
ethical
what
thing.
I'm
It's just,
looking at.
as you could see in some of the older videos I've done, they play basketball at the store, they play blackjack, they play chess, they gamble on poker and shit like that. They play soccer in the street. If there's
gonna
free
eat that
time, they're not like interested in looking through people's shit. It's a fucking waste of time. But he grabbed what was necessary because that person needed it, and he knew that she needed it because he was listening. So he offered her that solution. And he offered her that because he could tell from the rest of the conversation that her finances were probably not in the portion where she would prioritize getting everything if it cost 4 to 6 times as much money. So he was able to offer the right solution. And you'll see this said a lot on business websites or when businesses have blogs or rants, that customers, they'll always leave a bad review when they have a bad experience, but they won't leave a good review if you just do what you're supposed to. And that's their complaint when they talk about getting a lot of bad reviews. And
because you're just doing what you're supposed to.
But you're not going to get a good review
do a
for
good
I
job,
said this thing
you'll
was
get a
going to be
good
done
review.
at 5, and then you do it by 5, and you do it normally. The way that you get really good reviews and the way that you get people to the point where they're like evangelizing you to everybody else is by paying
You know how you
attention
get
to
good
those little
reviews?
details that people are not expecting. Really doing that, going
Beat
above
expectations.
and beyond. And it's one of these things where
You know how you
that
beat
kind of thing
expectations?
where you're like going above and beyond. I see this as just
Set expectations you can beat. Like, I set the worst case scenario expectations. I have somebody call me. I'm like, oh, so do you have X and Y? No. Okay. Do you have your driver's license in a half hour? And they're like, does it take that long? I'm like, it can. So let's get started on this if you have that. And they're like, I don't have that much time right now. It's like, then call back when you do. And we're here 24/7. We'll take care of you. Other people are like, yeah, I have that much time. Let's do it. Then 20 minutes later, we're done. 20. I'm like, hey, look at that. You were awesome. You did a great job. We didn't run into any, like, bumps in the road. And you got everything taken care of that you needed to do. So I got you taken care of ahead of schedule. We were only here for 20 minutes. Great work. I'm complimenting them, right? And at the end of it, they're like, wow, this tech guy did great. And they leave me a positive comment. Because I set up an expectation of a half hour, which it can take if they're bad. So that leaves me room to get out on time if we have 10 minutes of difficulties.
basic, normal elements of being in a service-based business. But when I deal with other businesses, I realize that that really is going above and beyond. I used to think that was the standard. And the more that I kind of dig in and become a customer of these other places, the more I realize just how much
crap everywhere else is.
Another example, when it comes to having conversations about just getting some information about the business and its practices. So, for instance, there was one other place I went to, and I asked for a quote for the same kind of thing, some of the windows that were messed up. And they said, well, here's what we use. And I started asking about other.
I bother decorating
you
him.
have the aluminum ones, you have the hurricane grade
I
ones,
don't
you
think
have the
so.
composite fiberglass ones, you got vinyl ones. There's all different types of windows, and they offered this. So I was kind of asking, well, if I'm looking for something a little that's maybe more sturdy or high end, and I'm looking to pay more, what do you think of these? I don't know anything about windows, but I'm just kind of curious. Like, what is your take on these? Because I've read different things online, and I know that if I want to get bad information, the best place for that is the internet. As I said in my last video, if somebody had multiple sclerosis and they're saying like eat steak and it'll fix it. It's just the internet is filled with stupid ass shit. I could say that I have fucking stage 4 brain cancer. Somebody will tell me like take a D vitamin and you'll be good. It's the fucking internet. Yeah. So I'm talking to them and I ask, what do you think of these ones? And they say, well, we don't offer them. So I said, okay, like I understand if you don't offer it. Just like, do you mind me asking like what you know about that particular type of window and what the reasoning or anything is behind it? Just because I'm ignorant, I like to understand. We don't offer it. We just don't offer it. Is there any particular reason for it? Is there any like, thought process that went down? We don't offer it. Anyway, I wind up going online to look up this particular company, and they are rebranding one particular type of window that they are getting insanely cheap because they only purchased that particular window. And I just want to compare and contrast this to, again, something that gets done here if we are saying the same thing. So let's say that somebody shows up and they say, my GPU is dying, I would like you to reball it. And we say, well, we don't offer that. And they go, why? Well, what you'll hear here is something that goes like this. Well, I understand that reballing is cheaper than the other solutions we have. And you may think, well, you're just trying to charge me more money, and point taken. The reason we don't reball is this. The chip itself is the problem. It's not the solder balls. And one of the ways that we can prove this is I can heat that chip to 125 Celsius, which is way too low a temperature to melt solder balls. And if I do that, the chip is going to start working again. The reason it starts working again if I heat it to 100 or 125 Celsius... Blackberry! God damn it! Don't knock that over. If you knock that over, I'm getting a dog. I swear. What's happening here in your situation is that the bumps between the silicon and the substrate or something, I forget the exact thing because I haven't had time to have this conversation in like 8 years. The bumps between the chip and the actual thingy that then has the solder balls on it is the problem. So it's these bumps that are bad, and that's inside the chip, and I can't fix that. So when you're reballing it, or you're not actually fixing the problem. It's not the solder balls, it's inside the chip. And if I do that, it's going to fail again in 90 days. Now, I can show you this list of businesses that offer the same service. All of them have a 30-day warranty, and all of them have horrific reviews. You'll notice that on eBay they have great reviews because you can't change your feedback after 45 days, but when you look at Google or Yelp or anything else, you'll see hundreds of reviews where they're all 1 or 2 star, edited saying that it failed again. And I don't want to provide service that's going to fail again. So if you want to do that, I can show you how you could do it yourself. You could use a hairdryer for this. You just put like something around the rest of the board, you heat the top, and it's going to work again. You can use my own equipment for that. I'm not even going to bill you for it. You could have a seat because I usually have an extra seat at the store. But if you want it to work, I do have to replace this chip because the chip is the problem. What I'm doing there is I'm kind of explaining the entire thing. Now, whether or not they believe me, whatever, that's on them. But what I'm doing with this process is I'm demonstrating to you that there is a thought process here, that we are thinking, that it's not just, we don't do that. It builds trust. And there are people that are going to listen to this and say, Lois, it is the solder balls. Oh, they just fucking listen. But there are people that are not going to believe that, and there are people that are going to think I'm just trying to upsell them on a chip replacement, which is one of the reasons that I'll tell them, this is the actual problem. You can use my station for free. I got all this stuff that I got a little preheater and all that stuff you could use. But they may think I'm trying to upsell them to bullshit them. But it demonstrates that I'm thinking. And that's usually better than just giving them the blanket answer of, we just don't do that. Why not? Because people are going to wonder, why are you not open to giving me that information? Why are you hiding something? So when you explain how you do business, it often builds that type of trust. And when I look it up and I see that the particular type of windows that that person was using were fairly low grade and not even fit for this area. You're in hill country. This house is 3 floors up. It's 117 degrees in the summer. 17 degrees, really? Like, the shit that he was offering would have lasted probably 3, maybe 5 years. Very, very bad. But you get a different answer. Now, one of the other people that I had show up, he gave me a couple of different options for windows, and when I asked about one particular type, he said, we don't offer that, and I did the same thing. I said, well, can you explain to me, can you go back and, I don't know much about windows, I'm making it, but can you explain what it is that led you to not offer that? And he says, well, what I've noticed with that window in 40 years of installing it is that there is absolutely zero difference in the durability or the longevity in this particular environment, in this area of hill country, between that window and this window. But that window can cost $500 to $800 more per window, and I would feel like I was kind of ripping off the customer doing that. I make more than enough money installing this window. There's no difference in my profit margin installing either of these windows, so I'd rather install the thing that I feel better installing. And also, if I have less options to offer the customer, there's a lower likelihood of them being confused, and if I offer somebody 6 or 10 or 50,000 different choices, they're more likely to just throw up their hands and say, oh, I don't know, and have this decision paralysis and not make a decision. Or if I can say, this is what I believe is best for you based on experience, and I only have maybe 1 or 2 options for you based on what is best for your area, they're more likely to say yes, and I get business, and I'm happy. Now again, whether or not you agree with his thought process is irrelevant. What I've done there is I can see that you're thinking. The wheels are turning. When he explains all that to me, he's demonstrating that he is thinking, that he's using his brain, and that he has a reason that he came to this particular conclusion, which is much better than we just don't do that. When you explain these things, you may think that you don't have to explain it. You just said, I didn't offer something. Why are they mad that I said that? But the reason is that people want to feel like you are taking out the time to explain something to them. They want to feel like they're valuable. What you're actually saying when you say, I just don't do, what you're saying is, I don't find your time valuable. So something that we may say in addition to this is somebody says, like, won't you just replace the screen on this? When we say we don't offer it, I would say something like, well, we used to be able to buy that part for $32 to $90, and it used to be in great condition. It used to come grade A from LG, and Apple has completely cleaned up the supply chain for that so that doesn't exist anymore. Now I can buy a $250 to $300 part that is a factory reject that looks like shit, or I can go to Apple's self-service store and pay $400 to $600 for this particular thing that Apple's already going to charge you $400 to $600 to fix. We only like to do things when we believe that we are the best option. If I do not believe in the best option, I don't offer it. And here, if I offered this, I would just feel icky. So that's why for your particular model, we don't offer it. But in that moment, they feel it's the same thing. I'm not offering that service, right? But if I say that I just don't offer that, they're going to walk away thinking, they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. Whereas if I explain everything, I'm still not fixing their problem, but they feel like they dealt with a human being, and that makes a massive difference. And when I hear people that work in my business talk to customers in this way, it is something that puts a smile on my face, because I realize that this is a culture that's kind of taken hold, and they're all taking part. Another one is when it comes to pricing. This is a giant mistake that I made, but I did it just for comic relief. I wanted to, in my industry, there are companies that I've said that are, in my opinion, advertising and marketing firms that masquerade as data recovery companies. Drive savers. I mean, drive savers. There's no other way to put it. Like $2 to $3K for a charge port that doesn't work on an iPhone to get your data back. There's no excuse for that stuff. But I mean, it's one of the things that happens when you're paying $50 to $150 per click with pay-per-click advertising. It's something that happens when you have giant affiliate payments that you give to people who refer your business. You have to pay for that somehow. But I still just, for me, it's not a business model I want. But with marketing stuff. So there was this one company that I've seen on television. Their flyers are everywhere. They spam the crap out of my inbox all the time. Anderson Renewal or something like that. I knew this was going to suck. Because again, in my industry, I know what it's like when you deal with the marketing firms masquerading as repair firms. I know it's going to suck, but I call them anyway, just for the fun of it. So I explain the type of window that I have. I explain the style of window. I explain the size. I go over the measurements of it and everything. I tell them about the type of house it is. And I said, to be clear, I don't expect you to tell me a price. That's impossible, and that would be unfair. I'm not going to ask you for a quote for the job or anything. I'm not going to hold you to anything even based on the question that I have. Can you tell me how many zeros are involved in doing this for each device? Like, am I looking at hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands? And they said, no, we cannot do any of that over the phone. And I said, so, I'm not asking for a price. I'm just asking, and I'm not going to hold you to it. I'm saying that on a recorded line, because okay, I don't know if they record it, but you get the point. No idea of how many zeros there are. So you can't tell me, for this type of window, if I'm looking at 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000 based on the type that I'm looking for. I'm not even, and they're like, well, we have a wide range of windows. Let's say I just want an average one that's similar to this. Yeah, just something available. Can you give me an idea if this is in the hundreds of thousands for a single window, tens of thousands? And they said no. I hang up on you. If you have an issue with, let's say you have an issue with a hard drive. Again, I can't tell you what is wrong with your drive. That is not going to happen over the phone or email. But I can give you an idea. If it's a basic recovery, $100.
Yeah, on average, it should be about X, Y, or Z.
Here that are getting paid living wages, and I have to pay rent and everything else, that are going to spend time on your thing. If you want them to spend time
Individual
on your
installations
thing,
can vary.
So for that basic recovery, $100. Let's say it's bad sectors or something like that, maybe a few $100s. If you are having an issue where where you hear, let's say you have a firmware issue, then that could be anywhere from a few $100s up to $600 if it's something that's more difficult. If you have this issue with stuck heads where you hear, let's say you put the drive to your ear and you hear beeping, sometimes that could be somewhere in the range of $450 to $900, sometimes on the lower end depending on the drive. If you hear a clicking, that can be an issue with bad heads, something like that. You may be looking at anywhere from $900 to $2,000. If you have clicking and you hear a scraping noise, that means that you probably have platter damage, which means $2,000 and up. I don't know where your drive falls, but this is the approximate range of things, right? I can give you that so that you have an idea of how our business works. And more importantly, it's not about just giving you the prices. It's again about showing that the wheels are turning. I do not want to spend $40 or $80 or $100,000 with somebody when they pick up the phone and the wheels are not turning. If you cannot tell me if a basic ass window like the one that I've described to you is going to cost me $100,000, $10,000, or in the $1,000 range, I don't want to do business with you, because that's a basic question. It's not something where I'm trying to trick you in a script. I'm just trying to figure out, did this get forwarded did my phone call get sent to a forwarding service in the Philippines that's answering the phone for 16 different businesses that has no clue about this, or did it go to somebody that's actually invested in the business? And if the person that's picking up the phone is not invested in the business, that's just not something that I'm interested in. You know, in the video that I was talking about, where Northridge Fix was talking about Paul Daniels, and I had, he had this many he had like 20 or 30,000 subscribers when I was in the womb, and now he's up to like 35 or 40, and I have this many and everything else. When he's talking about success and what people should do to become more successful, we all have different ideas of success. And I've heard him say in other videos that he only does email customer support now. I don't know if this is still true, so correct me if I'm wrong here. My apologies if I am. But I remember when he was saying, yeah, we don't do phone, we're not going to deal with phone call customer service anymore. And for me, like by my metrics, if I got to the point where the person who picked up the phone couldn't answer a question like how many zeros, I would feel like I failed, like just complete and utter failure. That's not the way I want to run a business. That's why I was saying we all got different metrics for what makes us successful. I don't want to have like, yeah, when I remember he said something like, we have about 8 weeks or plus devices in the queue. If I have 8 weeks of devices in the queue, I fucked up. Like, I got to show up to work 16 hours a week. I got to hire 10 new people. And I have. My business is the one time that I ever had an 8 or 10 week long queue, I wound up spending $20,000 or so on new equipment and to send some of my other employees to training so that they could pick up the slack there. I scaled up from like 8 people to 16 people. I did everything that I could so that would never fucking happen again. We all have different metrics for success in these type of things. But for me, if a business should have somebody picking up the phone that could answer basic questions. And one of the litmus tests for me of that is how many zeros in that price. If you can't answer that for me, I have no interest in you. Because you can always haggle when you're buying a car, right? The exact price of the car is always subject to change. But if you can't tell me if a 2022 Toyota Camry is in the hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands, I'm not interested in your used car dealership. You should be able to answer these basic questions. You should be able to say, there's no fucking way in hell a Toyota Camry from 2022 will ever be in the hundreds of thousands. If you can't say that, there's something fishy going on there. Now, I call up somebody else, and the person that I'm going to wind up using for this entire job. And they said, well, here, for the type of windows in your, I can't tell you exactly, but since you've sent me some photos and described them, here's an approximate. So if you want this type, which I really don't recommend, because it's similar to the build-a-grade shit you have now, those are approximately this price, which is why they were put in your home. If you want this type, well, then it's going to cost around this amount of money, give or take 30%. If you want this type, it's going to be in this particular price range. Again, can't give you exactly. And if the person that's doing your mortar work is also open to taking out that block around the window and then reinserting it, it may make things a little bit easier for us mortaring around the seams and having to deal with some of this shit over here. To be clear, I forget exactly what they said. It was some I'm telephoning that part. If they can do that, this may decrease the price a little bit. And if they're keeping up the scaffolding, that's going to save us a certain amount of money here. I can't give you an exact quote. I have to go there, work this stuff out. But he was able to answer these types of basic questions. How many zeros are there? If a company cannot give you a range for the different possibilities of problem and how many zeros people are usually paying to solve it, then whoever is answering the phone there, in my opinion, is just... It's been forwarded to somebody in another country who is answering the phone for 16 different businesses and 16 different types of businesses. It's an answering service, and it's likely not somebody who is going to be an expert at what they do. I like the fact that when you call this company, you're not always going to get somebody who's very, very sociable, because if Kevin's on lunch or Steve's not there, something like that, you're going to talk to somebody who's just a technician who's not really good at dealing with all the intricacies and fun of the most difficult customers. But you're going to get somebody that kind of has a clue what they're doing. Somebody is going to pick up the phone. Somebody is going to answer your question, and they are somebody that, even if they don't know the exact price of something and cannot diagnose over the phone, can give you a basic idea of what's going on with your problem. The more that I deal with other companies as a customer and anything related to this type of industry, the more I realize that these basic principles that I have come to take for granted are missing from so many other businesses that yeah, I mean, it made me feel a little bit more grateful for the people that I have, because this is the type of thing where I wish every business that I dealt with did some of the stuff that this company did. So think about that. When you're dealing with your customers, are you defensively listening and waiting to sell something, or are you actually listening to the things that they need? When you're listening to these things, are you listening to the subtle subtext of what they're saying so that you can put this into context later when you're offering them a solution? So that you could say something like, well, I have a feeling that what you really need is on here, and that's going to be this cheaper option. Because the thing is, she probably would have been open to taking out some loan or putting something on some bullshit 28% APR credit card to be able to pay for full head swap if we presented that as that's what you need. But he was listening. You only need this. That's in the area where it's easy to get stuff, so I can offer it at this price. 5-star. That person has referred at least 5 people that paid over $1,000 for all different types of other stuff. Would I have gotten the business if I did the not
you would have had
thing?
business?
Probably. But would I have gotten the other 5? Would I have gotten the 5-star review? Would I have had somebody that would walk by the store and show up and say, how are you guys doing today? Who actually brought us smoothies from the place next door one time when they first opened? No. You have to earn the 5-star reviews and the experience. You have to earn that type of high rating, and you have to earn that type of loyalty from your customers. Nobody's going to leave you a 5-star review simply because you did your basic job. Simply because you said, you asked for this, I will give quote for this. You said this, it doesn't work.
I have coworkers that are very robotic about what they do.
Part of this comes from sitting in the position of the customer and trying to imagine what it is like to be the customer. What is it like to be the customer of your own company? One of the things that I used to do back in the day is I used to do this with the different jobs. In the beginning, I did everything at my company. As time went on, I would primarily do different things. So a year could go by without me shipping a package to somebody, and every now and then I would take a day to try and do this person's job. The reason I would do that is, am I buying the right supplies for them? Does it make sense how I set stuff up? Is the software that I'm asking them to use a complete piece of shit? I don't know. I need to figure out what it's like to do your job so that I can see if I'm setting you up for failure. And I think it's important to do the same thing when it comes to the customers of your company. Are you thinking through what it is like to be a customer of your own business? And if you're not, why? Take the time. Think about it. Go to some other companies and try and be a customer of them and figure out what is it that annoys you. And once you figure out what it is that annoys you, try and figure out what it's like at your own company. Think through it from the mindset of a customer. Food for thought. Stuff to think about. I still have a lot of work to do on this place. It's gonna be fun. You know when the best time is to quit your job to work on something like a free wiki that has no revenue? And you realize you're gonna probably be spending 6 figures fixing up a bunch of stuff in your home. Yeah, I make a lot of good life decisions, don't I? I'm very good at the quality life decisions. But the best life decision I've ever made is this little kitty right here. No. What a kitty. What a girl. Kitty. Good. Uh-huh. Say hi to the people back there. You want to say hi to the people? Want to say hi? Come on, show them how pretty. Say hi. Look at the camera.
Nobody watches you for your good life decisions.
You don't want to say anything? You don't want to go meow again? You don't want to go. You want to eat. That fucking Bronner's skin food. Bronner's is awesome. There's this application called Yuka, and when you scan stuff at the grocery store, it'll tell you what all the crap that's in it, and it automatically comes up with the score. I know. You're gonna say, I don't know if that research is accurate. 99% of you are probably just buying shit based on what the fucking packaging looks like. Me included. So it's nice to have that. Bronner's always gets the highest score and all that stuff, and I expect it. It's a really cool company. They give a good portion of their profits to charity. The CEO doesn't make more than I think 4 or 5 times as much money as the lowest paid employee. And when I say lowest paid employee, I mean in any country, not just the employees that are in America. The kids that inherited that from their father could have easily destroyed that company and turned it into absolute shit. And they did the exact opposite. They tried to turn it into a beacon of light and hope for the community and other people. And I appreciate that. They kept all the schizo labels on the side. I love reading that stuff. You know, we are all one or all none. That's one of the only religions that I'll get behind and be happy for. It's the stuff that's on the side of the Dr. Bronner soap bottle. Very positive, very lean, very cool stuff. I'll be part of you. We are all one or all none. You know, loving, happy faith. I like that hurts. Fish, chicken, turkey, duck, all the different flavors of cat food. And at the end of the day, the flavor that you like the most is yours. You can't eat exactly. Someday I'm gonna wake up and she's gonna be licking my eyeball, probably biting it out of my head. You would do that if I didn't feed you in time, wouldn't you? That's it for today, and as always, I hope you learned something. See you all in the next video. Bye now.
See you on the next one, Lewis.
I have opened a new data conduit.
29, huh?
You are running out of time. Enter the data conduit.
Sure, I'll go through.
Oh, did someone ask for some tech news in here? I could have sworn was it you? Was it? Why aren't you saying anything? Turns out that little Chromecast outage we briefly covered in a quick bit on Monday was a bigger deal than it seemed, as today marked the 4th day owners were unable to use their 2nd-gen Chromecasts and Chromecast audio devices. Google quickly promised users they were working on a fix when all this news broke, though they still haven't figured it out, so they've issued an apology, which is great. I'll forward that over to my friends who messaged me looking for answers after probably spending hours troubleshooting their parents' Chromecast. Look at their faces that I won't show to you for privacy Imagine it! Google also helpfully instructed users to not factory reset their devices a day after most of them probably already tried that. Especially this person who says Google told them to factory reset. That's how Google figured out it was bad, sacrificial lamb. But why? Why all of this pain? Well, according to Reddit user MadHatter369, the issue is most definitely due to one of the Chromecast certificates having an expiry date of March 9th, 2025, the day all of this went down. If only there was some way to predict this! To be fair to Google, though, the 2nd-gen Chromecast launched 10 years ago, and it is a Google product. At the time, they probably thought they'd let it live a few years at most before taking it out back themselves. Hey, you want to hear about tech that's working great, though? AMD's Ryzen 9 9950X3D, which launched yesterday for $700, making it the most expensive mainstream processor on the market right now. But reviewers are making it look like it's also the best on the market, marrying the gaming performance of the 8-core Ryzen 7 9800 X3D with productivity chops that beat the 16-core 9950X non-3D. In Jake's short circuit video, which is not a review, okay, he's just vibing, the 9800 X3D pulled slightly ahead in games on average, with other outlets finding similar results. But the 9950 X3D was a clear leader in multi-core optimized applications, except, apparently, for Cinebench, where the Intel Core Ultra 9 285K randomly pulled ahead. Get out of there, you're not supposed to, that's not, sit down. Now, AMD also launched the Ryzen 9 9900 X3D yesterday for $600, but as Leo from Kit Guru points out, this seems to be another example of Team Red's tactic of launching a Fall Guy product to emphasize how good of a deal the more expensive one is, which works great if you want customers to like you, but not too much. They can be clingy. Speaking of sick CPUs, reviews also went up for Apple's new M4 powered MacBook Air, with reviewers praising yet another Apple SoC that can run circles around basically any Windows laptop in its class without using any fans for cooling. It's embarrassing, and it makes me feel bad.
That really did
Although,
85%.
hold up, PC Mag had the Acer Swift AI14 powered by a Ryzen AI 9 365, beating the M4 MacBook Air in Cinebench. There's that weird Cinebench result again. Either something's wonky with that benchmark, or this laptop did better because it has AI in its name. It's enough for investors. Reviews were similarly positive for the other chip configurations Apple launched for the Mac Studio. The M3 Ultra is being hailed as the most powerful SoC Apple's ever launched, mostly because of its 32 CPU cores and support for up to 512 gigabytes of unified RAM. The also just launched M4 Max has higher single core performance, but maxes out at 16 CPU cores and 256 gigs of RAM. But Apple surprisingly improved on something else this week, their receptiveness to criticism. The company added a disclaimer on their iPhone 16 series product pages saying that Siri's cool AI update will be coming later, after the company was criticized for continuing to advertise AI Siri as if she was in the room with us right now. If she was, she'd probably be going around handing out printed MapQuest directions that include driving through a lake or something. It would be very obvious. I know you can't communicate directly to me when I'm actually doing the quick bits, but I can't help thinking that you could if you just tried a little harder, you know? Ooh, looky here. OnLeaks has provided Android headlines with exclusive renders of Google's upcoming Pixel 10, featuring 3 rear cameras, a privilege previously reserved for only the Pro tier Pixel models. But I'll do you one better, said YouTuber Alexis Garza, who posted a short showing the Pixel 9a, which is expected to arrive later this month. Its little sausage-shaped camera module looks kind of perfect next to the bag of wet sausages Alexis was holding, which I think I'll soon learn are not sausages, but rather another kind of wet oblong snack of some kind. Now's your chance, I'm gonna check the comments. Niantic Labs has sold the IP rights and development teams behind location-based games Pokemon Go, Pikmin Bloom, and Monster Hunter Now to Saudi investment company Scopely for $3.5 billion. Scopely also owns Monopoly Go, which is kind of perfect. Niantic said the move will ensure these games have the long-term support needed to be forever games that players can continue to be obsessed with on their deathbed and into the beyond. Turns out you can take it with you. Google DeepMind has announced its latest Gemma 3 small-ish model, which it says is the best model you can run on a single GPU, although they mean a single NVIDIA H100 accelerator, not the gaming GPUs that you can't buy right now. Google also announced Gemini Robotics, a suite of multimodal models that can enable greater dexterity in robots so they can fold origami, zip things up, struggle to clean up your desk as you actively make it messy, and even follow directions when told to slam dunk a tiny basketball without being trained for that situation specifically. Although maybe it should have been, because with that little gentle drop, this robot wasn't exactly channeling LeBron. Okay, so Nintendo Switch emulator Citron has dropped a new update adding multiplayer support in the 2025 equivalent of a Neanderthal heading out to hunt a mammoth with nothing but his bare hands. Sure, the Citron team has a notice on their website saying they don't condone piracy, which will probably make Nintendo's lawyers hesitate just long enough for the devs to realize they've made a mistake. But what a thrill. And a man with an artificial heart implant survived 100 days outside of hospital before he was able to get a donated heart successfully implanted, according to the artificial heart maker, Australian company Bivacor. The device, called the Total Artificial Heart, is made of metal and uses a magnetic, constantly powered rotor to push blood throughout the body, which results in its user having no pulse, rendering untold numbers of love song lyrics about heartbeats meaningless. Is the trade-off really worth it? Yeah, probably. It's also incredibly worth it to come back here on Friday for more tech news, a statement I can only assume you agree with, unless you say otherwise right this second, and I'm not hearing anything, so
That heart thing's got to be really interesting.
Oh my god, I'm scared. Today is the most important day of my life. By tomorrow, I could be hailed as the bravest photographer or the most foolish in history. I want to photograph Rudamon's remains. I'm terrified, but I can't read that fast! I feel the sand between my toes. I would like to... Oh my god, not even a f***ing game can I look at the sun. These pyramids were built by humans? I find that hard to believe. Who else do you think f***ing built them? What the f***? I didn't get nighttime already. It's so dark. Who did make all this anyway, and why would they?
As someone who is up all night, I feel ya, Mouse.
I'm sneaking in? No, that's against the law. I have one question, okay? How come with all these statues, like, they make the statue, right, but none of them have nipples? Why did people not have nipples back then? They weren't invented? Oh, but the belly button was. I see how it is. So what do I take pictures of? Like, well, my camera's not taking good photographs. Warning, danger of death. Enter at your own risk. This tomb contains confined spaces that may cause discomfort for those with claustrophobia. Wow, they even wrote it in papyrus. Wow. I don't think I want to go down there. I'm just saying, like, as a man, as a human, as a person, as someone with common sense, why in the fuck would you willingly go into a pyramid and be like, oh, there's a sign that says my death is imminent. I'm definitely gonna go and explore now. Why the f would you do that? It's adventure. I'm just gonna let y'all know something. Latinians, we don't want that adventure. We don't. We don't. You know what our adventure is? Going to the supermarket. That's our adventure. Right click to take pictures. Take photos of anything interesting. Cave divers. Oh my god. To this day, I honestly, genuinely do not understand how or why anyone in their right mind would go into a cave. I'm just saying. It's so dark in here. Oh. I was crouched the whole time. I was crouched the whole time and I thought that was my actual height. What the f? Imagine I play the whole game crouched. Let's do it. I'm just kidding. Or maybe I'm not. Or maybe I am. Or maybe I'm not.
Mousy, I don't know how long ago you had that sip of Sprite, but it's been at least 5 hours and still hype like you've never been before. No more caffeinated drinks for you, young lady.
I'm Latinian. Latinian. I'm Latinian. Holy, that scared shit out of me. What the was that shit? It didn't even let me finish my song. Oh, what about this? I knew this was a photograph. Chat. Oh, but is that a statue? Is that a statue or a man? Is that a statue or a man? Please, please, please.
It's a
no.
statue.
I thought this would be something interesting, but it's not. Oh, this is interesting. Clean your room. Chat, I think they want us to go into the dog room. I think the dogs are interesting. Rise coming. Ah! Stop with me! Ah! Poppy! Oh god. What the hell? Jesus Christ! I didn't like that. I didn't like it at all. Ugh. I got a flashlight. What the f is that? What the hell is this? Is that a... What the... You put your wiener in that? What's happening in here? Huh? What is that thing?
Had the same like reaction. Oh. Why? Why is Mousy talking about wieners?
Hey, buddy. Okay, so this is where I have to go. No, I wanted to play a scary game, and this is what we're doing. We're playing a scary game. This is exactly what I'm getting. This is what I wanted this whole time. Why is it that people don't have any common sense? Why would you do this? Warning, danger of death, tragic events haunt this place. Entry is strictly forbidden. If you enter, your death will be solely your responsibility. I mean, you did kind of post it in the entrance, but it's like, you could have posted it in the entrance, like outside, like where people park their cars. You know what I mean? Excuse me? Oh! I'm afraid to look back. A la una. A la dos y a la tres. Oh, okay, never mind. My bathroom door opened. No, stop. Stop it. Stop. It's 7:52 a.m. Why am I scared? It's daytime. Look at that. He has balls in his hand. Got my balls in my hand. Queen, gotta leave. Take my kisses. La tumba de la reina. The tomb of the queen. I'm gonna get jump scared. Oh, I'm taking pictures of everything because everything is beautiful. Yes, please give me more. Well, what'd I do? Oh! Henry Caldwell's letter. My name is Henry Caldwell. It's 1922, and I'm leaving this note for anyone who finds it. I came into this tomb searching for answers about the connection between ancient Egyptians and beings from beyond our world. I know I might not make it out alive, but I need to know the truth before it's too late. This place isn't just stone. It watches. It listens. If you feel it too, trust your instincts. I'll try to leave more notes to guide you if I survive long enough to write them, but now, I have to run. The air is turned cold, and I swear I could hear her. The Queen's spirit is close, too close. The spirit of the Queen. Ah. Hi. Guys? Is that Jesus? Does this look like Jesus to you? She's gone. Did she go to the toilet? Why am I going down here? Scoopy, Scoopy, Scoopy. Uh-oh. How come that was so tall? What the am I gonna get chased? Kill the Elden Ring music. Go. Go in there? I don't think I can go in there. Uh-oh. Help! These stairs are for a tall person!
Data conduit is open. Go now.
Ah! I am now near the tomb of Rudamon, the great pharaoh of Egypt's second millennium. An intense fear grips me, as the legends warn that approaching the pharaoh's remains will awaken his wrath and bring terrifying consequences. I believe in the legends, but my faith in them won't stop me from pressing forward. I must uncover the truth, no matter the cost. Henry Caldwell! That's a dog man. Dad, do you think people were like furries back then? Because that's a dog man. That's a dog man. That's a furry dog man. Furries built the pyramid? I mean...
Furries built the
There's a lot of
pyramids.
furries out there, bro. They're keeping businesses alive. Oh, it's so dusty in it. What? Uh-oh. Guys, something tells me I should not open that. Rudamon is here! I'm a dumb photographer. I'm so stupid. Oh no. Why would you do this?
I think I need to reverse that.
This dumbass. I don't want to look
Maybe
up.
not.
I don't want to look up. 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 I don't want to. Ah! I don't want to look up. I swear. Chad, why you look like an alien? Oh. Gulp. Wait, what just happened? This is where they put the blood. What did that open? Huh? What the? Uh-oh. A puzzle? Oh. I'm so smart. I'm so smart, chat. I'm so smart, chat. I'm so smart. Ooh, I'm so smart. No. What does that mean? Bro, who's ever singing? What the Oh, I thought they were real people. They were statues this whole time. Na, 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 na. Ooh, interesting decor. Oh, Letor. If you're reading this, you've probably realized by now that this place isn't as abandoned as it seems. It feels like we're stepped back in time, but I believe it's far more complicated than that. It's as if history itself has swallowed us whole, trapping us in some kind of temporal void. This is not good. Not good at all. You need to find a way out of here. Whatever you do, don't linger. Well, too bad. There's a bunch of stuff in here. Someone needs to turn on the light. Go. They're all looking at me. They're all looking at me. They're all looking at me. Whoa. Whoa. Ancient Egypt. What if I fall? Oh, I can't. It don't let me. It doesn't let me jump to my death. I tried. I can't live without Wi-Fi. I can't come here. I can't. My flashlight, no! What the? I thought those were bars. I didn't know that I could walk through them. What a beautiful home. God, nobody opens their doors around here? What the? Oh! What the hell? Chat? Oh my god, I'm gonna get jump scared. I already know. Stop. Is that the Eye of Ra? He's gone. Help. Hello? Oh no. Step into the lab and see what's on the slab. Is that the queen? I see her breasticles. It needs something. Oh my god, I thought she was gonna be gone! Hello? Help! 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 Help me. Gulp. Stop. What is this? Oh my god. You ever just like has your heart ever beat so fast that like it gives you a headache? Just me? Okay. Which way was it? Was it this way? No, it wasn't this way. It was this way. I give you the eagle. I swear to God, if you move when I put this down, you and me are gonna have a problem. Stop. Guys, we shouldn't be here. We shouldn't be here. We shouldn't be here. We should not be here. We shouldn't be here. Stop it. I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw up. ¡Mamá huevo! Oh my God. Montoya, por favor. Pero Montoya, por favor. What the f is that? An eye with a... Is that a spaceship?
Looks like it.
Henry Caldwell was right. It seems the legend of the Amenti is true. Translation of the Egyptian hieroglyphic language. Pharaoh Rhodamon ascended tonight to the realm of the star gods. He and Queen Meritankar shared a sacred bond with the stars. Rhodamon was the only pharaoh granted the power to shift time and space by the divine. Tomorrow, the people will mummify him and send him to his eternal resting place, a realm of silence and peace. Anyone who dares disturb his slumber will awaken the wrath of his spirit and the star gods, bringing forth a curse of agony and death. The divine vengeance will be swift and merciless. Ruh-roh. Teehee. Guys, you're so silly. You're so silly, guys. What the? What is this? Holy, what the? Is this what happens when we die? Is this what happens when we die? We go to like a vaporwave, synthwave place? Oh God, it's so bright, please. It's too bright for me. Help! Chat, put your sunglasses on. Oh, the moon! It haunts me. God, I was hoping that was the end of the game. Chat, I was really hoping that was the end. Seems like it was all just a dream. Shut up, main character. I need to hit something against it to open the way. Is there like a rock or a stone I can have around here? had to hold down both the buttons. The queen's wails are tearing through my mind, each one more unbearable than the last. She's horrifying. I can't even look at her. This tomb is alive,
Single.
suffocating me.
Meet mummy mummies in your area, waiting to get their dust busted.
Ew! Dust busted! Every shadow feels like it's watching. Every breath feels like my last. She's getting closer, and I know my death will be slow and agonizing. I regret ever stepping foot in this cursed place. If you're all still here, turn back before it's too late. Henry Caldwell. She's gonna start crying, isn't she? The jump scare's gonna happen now because I can predict it. I'm sorry? Excuse me? What the f? Is this like where they take baths and shit? So much fork and cloak. I'm gonna get jump scared now, I already know. This way to the jump. This way to the jump scare. Yump. Ah! Whoa. Translation of Egyptian hieroglyphic language. When the sun did not rise and the people of Thebes suffered from heat and thirst, they prayed to the gods. In their mercy, celestial ships descended from the stars, building the pyramids over the holy tombs of the pharaohs. These pyramids, symbol of Egypt's majesty, hold the divine power that made the Nile flow, set the heavens in motion, and restored life to the earth. Let future generations know their lives are a gift from the gods of the stars, preserved within these sacred monuments. Wow. Wow. Oh no, man. Oh god. 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 Oh no, another one. I would probably need this at some point. What if a hand just goes yoink? Oh god, I'm gonna turn around. I'm gonna turn around. I'm gonna turn around. What the big plate? Have a nice big old meal. Okay. Let's get out of here. Let's see. Okay, well, if you say so. I guess I have to go through here. Took a photo of what? Nefertiti statue? This is Nefertiti, an Egyptian winged statue. Ancient Egyptian statue of Isis's wings, goddess of fertility, and was also known as the goddess of motherhood, magic, death, healing, and rebirth. Her name means Queen of the Throne. Motherhood, magic, death, healing, and rebirth. Jesus, she's like Superwoman. She had all the powers. This way. You look beautiful. Holy, that scared the shit out of me. I called you beautiful. Why'd you yell at me? It's not very nice. I said you look beautiful. You're so messed up. Jesus. I said she looked beautiful and she screamed at me. How late? No, stop. What the? What if I fall and die? What the? Are those legs? Are those panther feet? This is so stupid! This is supposed to be a walking simulator game, not a platformer. What the? I stand at the end of my days. For 60 years I have walked this earth, but now sickness consumes me. Soon the breath of life will just leave my body, and my time will be over. When Rodamon died, he ascended to Amenti, the land of the dead. Yet in my dreams I have seen his spirit suffering, trapped in chains of pain in that cursed place. I do not trust the heavens or their gods. I reject their judgment, and I refuse to go to Amenti. Do not embalm my body. Do not trap me in their rituals. Let my body stay here within these sacred walls, in this stone chamber. Let my soul remain in the shadowed halls of this pyramid, to wander forever, free from the torment of the afterlife. I don't know, they made it sound like it was pretty nice. They made it sound like it was pretty nice. What was that?
Hurry, Hunter. The conduit is closing fast.
What the? Oh. Oh God, no. I hate this. Wait, snake? Flower, 2 flowers, 4 lions, 2 crosses, 1 flower, 3 eyes, 1 snake. Oh, it's 3 eyes. Wait. What?
Walk, 3 eyes.
Oh, thanks, game. 1 flower.
2 flowers.
2 crosses. 2 crosses and then 4 lions. Jesus. Oh,
You figured out the puzzle.
I'm so glad they lit it.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see it.
What the was that? Oh my God, I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw up. Help! Help! I'm sorry, excuse me? What the was that? Alien! Oh.
Another picture.
It's Henry. As I write this, I don't know if I'm still in the world of Amenti or if I've somehow returned to my own time. Oh, if this is the world of Amenti, just kidding, never mind. Right now, feral mummies are trying to break into this chamber. My time is up, and they will kill me. But strangely, I feel a sense of peace knowing that I've finally answered the question that haunted me my entire life. The legend of Amenti is real. The ancient Egyptians truly had a spiritual connection with beings from beyond, spanning dimensions of space and time. The theories about their afterlife were all true. To whoever reads this, I hope you escape. But if Amenti has trapped you, there may be no way out. Henry, cut! This is Henry.
You need to look around. That'll get me 8.
Henry?
Should be 10. And then that. I don't think you should go that way. But maybe you should.
Help. Help. I'm here. Oh, which way do I go? What the?
Probably to your left right there.
Help. I thought this was a walking simulator. Help.
Apparently it's a running simulator now.
Help! They're screaming and they're chasing after me! Help! What the?
Apparently you missed the turn.
Okay, please let me crouch this time. I'm begging you. Holy shit. Ah! Mummies! Ah! Mummies! Ah!
There you go. Now you can crouch. I don't know if you go straight or left there or what.
Help! Help! Uh-oh. 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 Oh no, do I have to do this all over again?
Apparently.
Oh, pictures. Oh, okay, okay. I'm so dumb. Here we go again, oh brother. Oh brother.
Oh, brother. She should be good at the ooh ah ah ah. She hangs out with Connor. He's a monkey. Iron monkey.
Here I go, guys. Here I go.
I don't think you got close enough. Here, you're fine.
Oh. Gulp. I did it. I'm alive. I'm back at the beginning. Oh, child. My heart. My heart. I don't like people going ooh, ah, 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 ooh, ah, 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 at me. I don't like it.
Oh.
Wow, so this is the way out. I'm free! I'm free! I can't believe I'm actually walking out of hell alive! Of this hell alive! I'm free!
Sure.
I'm free! I'm free! Roro. I'm trapped in the world of Amenti forever. Oh no. Aliens? What am I gonna do? All these freaking donuts! The donuts in the sky! The donuts! Whoa, what the?
History Channel after midnight. Funny.
That was scary. What the? Wow! It's like that movie from the History Channel.
According to recent reports, American photographer Ethan Carter, famous for exploring and capturing images in terrifying locations, has illegally entered the ancient tomb of Rudimon beneath the Great Pyramids of Egypt. Unfortunately, Carter has not returned, and all attempts to locate him have failed. This isn't the first disappearance linked to the tomb. Years earlier, renowned historian Henry Caldwell also entered Rudimon's resting place alone and was never seen again. Some places are cursed, and those who enter may never leave.
How could you say that? Why would you say that on the news? To be continued. Damn, child, we died. We died because we were a dumbass. We're stupid. Stupid for going in there. We should have never gone in there.
We died because we was a dumbass. True words. It's an hour-long thing. I don't think that works.
Lol. What on earth? Solve! Hey guys, and welcome to GT Not Live, where today I think I have to escape. I gotta get out of here. I don't know where I need to go, but I can't stay here. What are we doing today, Fisher?
Today we're playing a game called Net Escape.
Net Escape. Okay, I got the escape part. but the net implies internet.
I would assume so. I would guess that. I'm not sure what else it would be, to be honest.
Well, it could be like a fishing net.
It could be.
Right?
Could be.
Animal Crossing, you got your bug net.
Yes.
You know, maybe
Yeah.
you're like a little yellow butterfly.
Yeah. Well, the fact that it's a game on the computer is giving me a hint. Maybe we're trying to escape the net, and it's talking about the computer net.
It could just be like, yes, but I don't want to get rid of the possibility of yellow butterfly simulator.
No, I think that's fair. We should leave every possibility open.
Right, I agree.
Yeah.
Keep a wide net.
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you. Yes, today we're playing a game called Net Escape. I believe this is the demo for that. The full game is not out yet, so this is just a little sliver of what's to come. I heard that this was a lore hunting game. There's mysteries to uncover, things to find, if you will. However, there's a limitation to some degree.
Oh, yes. There's a time limitation on this one, Ash.
A time limitation?
Yeah.
You know what channel this is, right?
I do. I've done a couple of the streams now, and the time limitation is important for us.
There's like, we all saw that Hello Neighbor 3 stream. We need to cut you off.
We do. And in this one, you got 30 minutes to solve it.
Oh.
That's it.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's normal and fine.
It is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's like
You're going to crush. It'll be fine.
half of an episode.
It is.
Whoa. A speedy one, if you will.
It's going to be a fast one.
Pew. That's going to be me going through
Yeah,
this episode.
very good.
That's my car noise, I think. The pew, pew. If you were a car, what noise would you make?
That's the sound my car's making right now. I need to get my brakes replaced.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Got faulty brakes on right now?
I'm working on it, yeah.
Oh, no. I
Yeah.
hasn't put you in any bad situations, though, right?
No, I'm good to go. I've scheduled it. It is expensive, but I think it'll be fine in
Yes.
about 2 or 3 days.
In 2 or 3 days,
Yeah.
when there is a recovery.
Yes.
Of course, yes.
So far, I'm safe. It just started grinding, and that's what the sound was.
The grinding never stops.
Yeah.
The grinding never stops.
Man, that car's on a grind set right now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is your car is grinding?
Yes, it's also rattling. I'm having a lot. I'm having a lot of problems with this car right now. I don't know if anyone else can relate to this, but if you have like a rattling sound in your car and you can't place where it is, it's driving me insane.
Yeah.
It's right next to my ear, on like passenger or like on the driver's side. Cannot figure it out. I've been putting pieces of tape on different pieces of plastic, and I started just like smashing my fist into it.
Make it stop!
Yeah. Nothing solved it. It's been happening for
man.
like a month.
Are they gonna examine the rattling though when you get the brakes examined?
I don't think so, because it would be kind of embarrassing, I think, to tell a mechanic like, hey, there's a noise in the car that starts when it's going 35 miles an hour and I can't solve it.
You know, I get it. I feel like that's also part of their job.
Yeah.
Like their job is find problem, fix, and then make you spend.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, and they would make me spend.
You fix rattling
They would make me
sounds?
spend a lot, I think, for it. The thing is, I don't think it's mechanical. I think it's literally there's a piece of plastic somewhere.
It's going.
Yeah, it's just kind of bouncing around. I'm gonna keep just hitting it while I drive. I think see if maybe that'll solve it.
And has the hitting been effective at all?
For like 30 seconds at a time.
Oh, intervals.
Yeah.
Intervals, yeah. I mean, I relate to the power of like, oh, I'm grinding, but I'm also rattling a little bit.
Just a little bit.
You know?
Yeah.
So maybe getting hit in those 30-second intervals and keep me in line, keep me in shape.
I've just been blasting hyperpop too. That's the other thing that solves the sound. Is just playing the music at full volume.
Hitting the wall and blasting hyperpop.
Yeah.
I mean, who could ask for anything more?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, that's the experience.
It's
of
like
driving the car right now.
you're like creating your own rave. You know, you're
Pretty
laying down
much.
the beat,
Yeah.
hyperpop, you
Get
know?
some lights in there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it'll
all you
be
need. Some
a full
LEDs in
party.
the back.
Yeah.
They have like Fords right now. And I say right now, it's been years, but I drive an old car, so everything feels super new. Like some of these Ford cars just have these like colored lights and LEDs in them.
Oh yeah.
So if you hit the button in your Ford to change the lights as you go, while you're hitting the wall as well.
I'm gonna get arrested.
All right, so we should probably escape this conversation and go into Netscape.
I think so.
Right? This was very fun, though.
Yeah, I'm having a great time. I'm very excited for this game, too.
Right.
This would be fun.
All right, so without any further ado, my friends, let's hop, skip, and jump right into this thing. Ooh. Netscape, a popular multiplayer virtual world from the 90s, has announced that its long-running servers will finally be shutting down. You were a devoted player during the game's prime, and now, years later, you work for a video game journalism site. Oh, that's pretty cool. You had planned to write a retrospective article about Netscape, but kept putting it off. Now, with the servers set to go offline forever, at midnight, you have just half an hour left to dive back into the game, explore its fading world, and capture the screenshots you need for your article. Wait, that's an awesome premise.
That's super cool.
Whoa. All right, it's 11:30. It's a clock like Five Nights at Freddy's. Okay, Netscape hub player, Carol? Pillars of Escapism. Terminal life building Dave. Okay. Oh, a minute's already passed. Okay. Here. So screenshots will live in here. Epic. This PC. Ooh, there's like a faint square. 2 faint squares.
Screen burn.
Whoa, okay. We were staring at polygons for a bit then. Welcome to Netscape. New user, existing user. Do I have an account? I mean, I was a pretty prolific player, but I'm gonna say I'm a new user. I don't have the login information, so I might as well run with that. Welcome to Netscape! Yippee! Okay, well, that's cool. All right. Interesting. I love the party rug. Very much 90s, early 2000s feel. What is this little eye up here? Is that an eye? Like eyelash? No, it's a pure tool. Okay. I don't know what this symbol is. Do you know? It's like a little creature. Like one of the, one of those Pokemon that look like all the symbols, the unknowns?
Yes, it does, yeah. Is it like an old, it's like a
screenshot.
I was going to say it looks like an old camera icon too, maybe.
Yeah, I think it's totally that. Happy button. Mid button.
This is giving me like cool math games vibes.
Right?
Yeah.
Like kid pics.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Whoa. Ooh, that's a little disorienting. All right. I'm going to be careful with that. Whoa.
Oh, hello.
Welcome to Netscape, your virtual escape from the real world. I'm Spoodle. Spoodle's really good. Your friendly guide. Would you like a guide on how to play Netscape? I would. Hit the yes button. Capture those memories. Press the screenshot button to save snapshots of your adventures. You can check out any screenshots you take in the screenshots folder on your desktop. Okay. Oh. When you want to return to the desktop, press the exit button. Check the time.
Thank you, Spoodle.
Okay. From there, you can view all the screenshots you've taken and relive your favorite Netscape moments.
Spoodle, we're on a timeline.
Spoodle, please. All right, have fun. I'll be ready to give helpful tips as you explore a thriving and vibrant online community. My voice has changed 7 times. Okay.
Thank you, Spoodle.
Thank you, Spoodle. Very cool. Very cool. Whoa. Whoa. All right.
Oops.
So that's the Church of Escapism. Epic. Terminal Life City. Dave's World. I know there's more. Art Corner. I know exactly where I'm going. I'm going to Dave's World.
I agree.
Right?
It's the correct choice.
Thank you. What is going on here? Dave?
Wow.
You've made some really strong choices. I have to say I agree. Who is this cat?
Is that Dave? Is that the cat?
Oh, wait. That
Dave
could
the
be
cat?
huge. Because I thought this might be Dave here. What if it's not? Hello? Yo, are you Dave? Okay.
Do the
Great.
emotions buttons do anything?
Oh, that's good.
Remember, never share your login details with anyone.
I sound like Ash Ketchum. We'll never ask for your personal information. My password is Google 5. I wanted to see if it would get mad at me. Interesting. All right, cool. Let's look around, I guess. It's a little difficult to navigate, but as is the charm
It's an old
of older
game.
games.
Tank controls.
Oh, that's a really cute cat. I like that cat a lot. This puts it into perspective for me. I was gonna say, like, I would totally put my cat in games and stuff. Then I remembered that this past week, I already did that. I got the new Monster Hunter game, and I've never actually played a Monster Hunter game before. Like, which is wild because I'm big into Ace. What the heck are you? What? Ah!
Dave?
It must be. What?
Who's that?
What on earth? Did you hear that? Where is he? I was so stunned by what I was seeing. Whoa. Is he back? Sir, I just want to take your picture. I'm not trying to be weird. I just got a job to do. Like to take your image. Looks like Baldi's Basics back there.
This is kind of scary, to be honest.
Welcome to
Yeah.
GT Live, where everything's just a little creepy. Anyway, Monster Hunter, you can make little cat friends. Do you remember what the name is for the cats?
I don't. I can look it up.
I think it starts with a P. I want to go back in here to see if the guy respawns. Oh, you can, oh my gosh, you can lock some of the controls so you just go in a direction. That's really nice. I appreciate that.
Palicos.
Palicos, yes. I made my Palico my cat Chekhov. So my cat Chekhov is helping out buff Hatsune Miku in Monster
Nice.
Hunter Wilds.
That's awesome. Are you liking the game?
It's good, it's good. I haven't played that much of it yet. But I like fighting, so
Nice.
it's been fun to fight. And it's really cool where I can see my cat hanging out with my favorite Vocaloid from when I was 11, but really buff. All right, I don't think I'm getting anywhere waiting for this man to respawn, so I just have to be quicker than that.
We didn't get a photo of the silhouette, did we?
No, I was trying to see if he could respawn so that I could get one. And what are you? Voice chat.
Oh, it just screamed.
Tapeworm. Can I react to you? Whoa. I'm trying to see if it changes based on my reaction. I think it just cycles through. Sorry, Tapeworm. That's horrific.
That's,
I hate that.
That's unsettling.
So we have little silhouettes and screaming little guys. He's so cute, though. I feel like I've seen him in a GIF somewhere. You know that there's like this one GIF going around on Twitter of this little like cat holding a candle and walking through this dark hallway, and she's like,
I haven't seen that.
I don't know where it's from, but I've seen it like several times.
And it looks like the screaming creature.
A little bit it does. Hello.
Hello.
Spaceman.
Hello.
Hello.
Take a screenshot of that. Hello.
Peak journalism. Maybe I should get a wide shot for my paper. You know, a nice wide and establishing shot.
Yeah.
Feel like I'd really like that. How much time do I have? All right, great, 20 minutes. Oh, remember, You can send messages to other players through the chat. Hello? Someone please talk to me.
I wonder if you have to, because I think Tapeworm was another player, maybe?
I think so.
I wonder if you can, like, at Tapeworm. Is that a thing?
Oh, if I can. That's a good idea.
This is a pure guess. I don't know.
You're bringing elite gamer knowledge into this session.
Thank you. Hello, Tapeworm.
All right. T, 4P. What should I say? Bruh.
Bruh, chill.
Try clicking the arrow on the right.
Please talk to me. I'm begging. Stop. Okay, I think I just need to leave this space. I think I need to get out of here.
Yeah, Tapeworm's going through it, I think.
Yeah, I need to let you have your privacy. So we got these planets, aliens, portal by the UFO, so aliens have crashed into Cat World. I'm really bummed out that Silhouette Man is gone. This didn't even ponder what's over here. What are you? Little cows! Oh, that's cute. Okay, this way, this way, this way. All right, cool. Well, we're certainly going somewhere.
What's our time at? We're kinda...
It's 11:42.
Okay.
So let's go to Church of Escapism. That seems like it is overflowing with potential mystery.
I hope so.
Right?
Feels like escaping is the goal too. Maybe they got something going on for that.
Yeah, the goal is get out of here. No! I actually don't want to get out of here. This is a little strange. Okay. These little dudes that are just standing, or that's just the bases of trees. Hello? Mr. Cupid?
That should be good enough.
Hi. What on earth? I mean, I guess it's like Church of Escapism, so there's like angels and stuff. That imagery would make sense, but what am I looking at right now?
I don't know.
It's a good shot.
That is.
That's a good
Good
shot.
framing.
Thank you, thank you. I had a wild job for a long time.
Did you do photography stuff?
Yeah, so there was this one YouTuber that he used to be on the platform. He's not anymore though. And he was like, hey, can you just take pictures of me when I need it? Or can you like advise people during shoots? Like, you know, tell them, hey, frame like this, do that, do that. And I was like, yeah, I could do that. So I've done a lot of framing work in my time.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
The draw distance on this game is terrible.
I know. It's all coming together in the distance. I need to like get far away so I can see what the actual entrance is to this church, because right now I can't. Ah! Gotcha! Hee-haw!
Nice.
Hee-haw!
This music's creepy.
Right? It was like the sound of tinnitus, like ringing in the ears.
Yeah, it reminds me of my car.
The rattling and grinding of Fisher's vehicle. Whoa, is this a graveyard? Whoa. This is a really weird time to say that, Spoodle. This is a really weird time to tell me that I can respond to other players. Are y'all... Oh, sorry, are you... Are y'all... ... You know. And what am I...
Let's see. What are the little things floating up from it?
Little angels.
Oh.
I think this is actually a graveyard. Oh, that's a computer. That's weird. That looks like ours. No, it's not quite ours, but like similar in shape. And that one too. What? Okay.
What kind of vibes are you getting off of Spoodle? I'm not sure if Spoodle's on our side or not.
Spoodle being a little spider, right? Like the web, the net, that part makes sense to me. Rainbows. I'm not sure. I think Spoodle's in on something. I don't like that this is a graveyard at all.
Yeah, it's creepy. Why is no one responding to us?
Angry! Someone respond to my chat!
I wonder if we should explore the rest of the desktop. If there's like anything that happens when you look at the photos or anything.
Right? Oh, let's see. Let's see here.
Oh, that's not what we took a photo of.
What the heck? What? Hold on. Hold on. Okay. What? Is this just like...
What's going on?
Right? He's like doing... Is that like a bandage? Because the doctor and the patient both holding on to that, but this also looks like some kind of like... Not quite VR, but something virtual. That's strange. That really stood out to me there. Is that when we got the guy?
I think that's the photo where the silhouette would be, right?
Right, yeah.
But it's not there.
And then the one where... this is where we took,
What's 3?
Whoa. Oh my gosh,
There's so much happening.
CryptoDave.com deal. Net giant strike deal with promising startup. Can you read this text?
Some of it's blurred, but online chat room service Netscape strikes might...
And your timer's still counting.
Terminal Life. The companies will be developing a revolution in immersive play as stated by the lead computer technician Herbert Fletcher.
Okay, Herbert Fletcher. Monty Green, Netscape's founder and CEO, announced the collaboration today at a press conference. The prospect of these tech giants working together excited attendees, yet the conference that took place afterward was widely agreed to be unsatisfying. Despite further questioning on what the project will achieve, an apparent refusal to elaborate from both parties left reporters more curious than when they had arrived. Okay, it's a little bit difficult to read the text that's like blurred from this distance.
Yeah, and then the underneath there, I think it says faulty wiring in something.
Animation?
Maybe.
Suspected as...
Family... I can't read that last word.
I'm not sure either. That's weird. That's really weird. Because this is when we tried to get... That's the main area. That's when I was like, LOL, it's Dave.
So some of our screenshots turned into lore.
Looks like it's gonna
be I can't read that.
That is just what is going on here. Here. Print screen. I could pull it into Photoshop after and see what's up with that. That's tapeworm yelling. That's the really close up of the guy. That's my money shot.
I'm going to need to do dishes.
That one's going on the wall.
Yeah, for sure. That's where the silhouette was, but then wasn't. I wonder if getting the silhouette changed some of these other screenshots.
Maybe.
Yeah. Grave site? That's really weird.
Yeah.
That's so weird to have. And then the computer is strange too. Okay.
Is there anything in the recycle bin?
Wait. We
have 10 minutes.
This got crossed out. Netscape. Player 222. Carol 7. Oh no, Carol. Now player question mark. Carol 7.
Dave got crossed out too.
Whoa. Interesting. Are these like notes of things we're supposed to be trying to gather? Player
maybe.
Carol 7. Pillars of Escapism. Terminative Building. Dave. Yeah. This is an objective list.
Okay.
So we need to get Carol, the Pillars of Escapism, and the Terminal Life Building.
Okay.
On your next download of the game.
Let's go.
Likely.
All right. Let's lock in. What are the Pillars of Escapism?
Thanks,
Spoodle. Spoodle, I'm trying so hard. They're rising from the ground. I'm going into the tree. I cannot pass the trees. All right.
I would think the gravestones are the pillars of escapism, no?
Right?
But we took a photo of that.
And then that ringing happens whenever we leave or like cross the threshold for that. It's a pillar. Can I go up there? I don't know. I'm worried. We don't have much time. So maybe I'll go to a different place and see.
Yeah, we had two more full realms.
Yeah, we gotta hustle.
Is that what we call these realms?
Realms, yes.
No,
oh, shucks. Shucks and a half. I have to find the portal. Ooh.
Ooh.
Sure.
That's different. Oh, hello.
Downloaded.
New file downloaded. That's what that guy said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Gotcha. Oh.
Maybe these are the pillars of escapism.
Yes.
Yes.
Got
Okay.
It.
Cool. We're making progress.
Yeah. Epic. All right. Where's the portal so I can leave? Oh no. Oh no.
I don't remember where it is.
Right? I got so turned around. This might be what eats up the time.
Yeah.
Okay. It's so difficult too when like nothing pops up until you get really close to it.
Yeah.
So you kind of can't tell where you are. And that's scary in and of itself. That's probably an artistic choice. Bruce.
Do you remember when video games actually had terrible draw distance like this?
Yes.
Not well, to be honest with you. Oh!
Oh, hello. Who's this?
Okay.
Hello. Oh no. The martyr. That was
Let's
nothing.
cook this for
huh?
her. 42. That should be long.
Are you okay? This is like the eye and center of all these wings. That's like the biblical angel, right?
Yeah.
So this is the more classic representation of that. The martyr. Okay, so we are not really holding back on any of the, religious imagery or symbolism here.
No, it is.
In this space.
Full front forward. I wonder if you cry with them? I'm just guessing. I do not know.
Fisher?
Stop crying.
Okay, it's
I don't know
still
if it's
going.
working or not.
I thought so at first. I was like, is it?
The game
It might.
has a lot of red herrings.
Interesting.
Okay,
The martyr. I also wanted to see
his
his tapeworm.
And using those buttons in like maybe one.
That one didn't have a 0 subbed in, but a 3 and 4 were in there. And I was
Okay.
like, oh, okay, those are the same numbers being reused. I wanted to see if it was just like they all had the same numbers. All right. Oh, I only have 6 minutes.
Where's the portal?
I don't know. Spoodle, get me out of here.
We know.
Spoodle, I know.
We know.
I'm actively doing that, my friend. Spoodle, love you, buddy. Love you, buddy. I am so giving it a try. I am actively trying. I promise you. Oh no, Fisher.
Yeah.
Fisher, can we play this game again?
I think we might have to.
You're going to have to.
To get all the secrets, all the
You're
information.
kind of distracted the whole time.
I'm stuck in this portal. There's nothing I can do.
This direction feels right, maybe.
Mm-hmm. This was my key shot, I think.
So. Come on.
Follow the angels back.
Give me a portal. Here we go.
Like little breadcrumbs. Show me portal.
Show me. See if I'd like to solve the puzzle.
Go ahead. Portal. Ding. Yeah. All right, epic. Let's get back here. I wish I could sprint. I only have 4 minutes to evaluate Terminal Life.
Yeah.
Terminal Life building in Carol 7. So I'm gonna go to the Terminal Life one next.
Okay.
Because that feels like my highest probability of getting more objects, right?
I think so. Which worlds have we not gone to yet? Which realms?
Terminal Life City and the Art Collective.
Okay.
So let's go Terminal Life.
Here we go. All right.
I'm eating barbecue
Say anti-escapism?
with chopsticks because I'm out of forks right
my
now.
gosh.
I don't want to do dishes.
absolvemysins.com. We are just in on the religious imagery and symbolism.
Yes,
There's just
we
no
are.
no getting around it. I'm gonna take a photo of this menu. BW. I have one of those IRL.
Ooh.
If it works, it works though.
Okay. Oh, I only have one more slot. I have not been wise. I have not been wise. Shucks. Can I go and
19 of 20
delete?
pictures.
Doesn't look like it.
I have a recycle bin.
Maybe you could drag it. I don't know.
Please, get rid of it. I'm experimenting. I'm taking images. Oh, look, and more of it turned. More of it turned. Ah!
3
okay.
minutes.
So I'll have terminal life for 3 minutes. Oh, sorry. But I'll have my screenshots for 2000 and ever.
Nice.
Thank you. So, what? Out of this scored, invest. All right, I need the terminal life building. That has to be my final one.
And then Carol, but I don't know if Carol's in this room.
Oh, Carol. I could just talk to Neil Sedaka for that. Neil Sedaka? Neil Sedaka? Do you know?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
File downloaded.
File downloaded.
epic.
Who's Neil Sedaka?
He was a musician and popular singer in like the 50s and 60s. The 50s and 60s.
The 50s and 60s.
Waking up is hard to do. Did that stuff.
Gotcha.
Yeah. She was like, oh my god, I work for a nerd. Work for a music nerd. Neil Sedaka or Sedaka? Let me know in the comments if you know. All my GT livers out there familiar with the works of
What you
my
doing,
good
dog?
guy Neil. Can I go down this tunnel? I really want.
Uh-oh. Is that the game crashing? Oh no.
Whoa!
It's deleting himself from the inside out.
Are we cooked? It's over. Whoa. Okay. I couldn't save them. What? Who are you? I couldn't save her. Carol? Just hurts? Couldn't save them. I couldn't save her. It just hurts. Not paradise.
Creepy.
It hurts.
Who's talking? Like, is this another player?
I don't know. Maybe is this the figure that we've seen? Forgive me? Because I think that figure is also showing up in like very specific areas, right?
It's gotta be. Yeah.
I maybe wonder if that's connected to what we have to capture. Oh, good choice. Crazy, all for the love of you. This is the first song they got a computer to sing back in the 60s. They made the computer sing Daisy.
Oh.
So this is like the birth of that technology with the death of this specific program.
This is creepy.
This was a TikTok audio for a long time. I can't leave.
Yeah, now what?
Help. I hate this.
Pull the plug.
Oh my god. Oh, I don't know what happened. Unknown error. Unknown error. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened there. That was a little wild, don't you think? Lol. What on earth?
What? Is that like a surgery
You
photo?
know it. We're dealing with the medical, the religious. Can't read that either. Shucks. Is there any more up here? I know there was like... So we got...
Now what? Yeah.
Newspaper with Herbert Fletcher and Monty Green. Excuse me. Oh, whoa! I can zoom in here.
Let's see here.
Oh, that's so much better. Netscape's potential is limitless. The internet's ethereal connectivity unifying its boundless knowledge within a tangible yet virtual space. Imagine then if you could physically inhabit that space. The metaverse? No keyboard or screen, like you were truly there to upload oneself and become part of a new living, breathing world. Understandably, I've kept these intentions to myself, away from the public. This immersive play, as I've put it, it is a world we know very little about, but can be explored if we're willing. No one can be ready for that, so we must reveal this unfathomable potential first.
I hate it all.
They will thank us for that. I went to see Daisy today.
You're a good girl, but you don't get my dinner.
Daisy. I put on a smile. These first few weeks of testing haven't gone according to plan. To put it bluntly, nothing is working. Terminal Life's resources are
You had your dinner.
available at
You had your
best,
treat.
only providing me with inexperienced
You even had
interns
some
and
of Mommy's
surface
dinner.
level equipment. Bleh. They stay ignorant to the possibilities.
Go to bed.
Hopelessly, they mock my good intentions. We've managed to hook up a few subjects to PCs.
Ooh.
Just simple mechanisms. Bodily responses led by manual inputs. Not much else can be done. My attempts to push this further are met with mindless fear. This is insignificant to our progress. Thankfully, the participants have taken to my philosophy quicker. The passionate Netscape users think less of what holds us back. It's only natural that they are willing to cross this line as well. I've gone off the record to acquire additional resources. St. Germain will be relieved to know their old medical equipment is more useful than they ever realized. It's for getting them to hook up to PCs.
Yes.
So all the pictures we're seeing are actually part of that procedure to upload consciousness.
It's gotta be.
Yeah. Okay.
Digital purgatory stuff.
Oh gosh, you bring up purgatory with all the religious
It's
things as
gotta
well?
be. Yeah.
Okay, this is the only bright spot of my visits. Daisy's been looking worse. Even now, she protests despite my current thoughts. I assured her I will save her. I'm taking matters into my own hands. For her sake, I cannot falter. These next weeks must be fruitful.
Okay.
Wow, okay.
Who's speaking here? Is this
Right?
Is this Dave?
Is this Dave?
Is this Dave?
Is this Dave? Chat, is this Dave? So, it could be Dave, it could be Fletcher, it could be Monty Green.
Yeah.
It could be, I think any of these people are a contender as of right now. So, this is the medical procedure, right? We have, this explains more of the headset and why it looks like that, right? The uploading the consciousness, the trying out how this medical equipment works. I don't really know how dabbing your elbow will help you become part of a digital consciousness.
I think they're putting an IV in, but I see what you're saying. too.
Yeah. I mean, with this wire, that would imply so.
Maybe.
I hate IVs.
Yeah, I'm a little squeamish about those too.
I've had horrible IV experiences, so my brain is like, no, don't process it as something scary that happened to you.
Then
Process it as dabbing your elbow.
That's
with
what it is.
pad. That's all it is. You silly Billy. It's our good friend Tapeworm. Hello. All right.
Okay.
Go down a little bit. We got some wild stuff here.
We sure did.
All right, here's some new things. Neural nets now. BAM in C++. Modularizing neural nets, image processing. Okay, so this is that research component. The convolutions of the cerebrum. Okay, the convolutions? I mean, I feel like brain portions are very convoluted in and of themselves.
Yes.
The cerebrum, though, that's like a very core part of the brain. Do you know what that?
I think maybe you're referring to the cerebellum, which is, I think the cerebrum just means your brain in general. I can look that up. though.
Right, okay, yeah.
I can Google that.
Look that up real quick.
Let me Google.
Because the cerebellum, that's balance. The cerebellum is the name of the ballerina who is in charge of balance.
Gotcha. Okay.
Cerebrum is like, it's literally just brain.
The principal and most anterior part of the brain. Invertebrates located in the front area of the skull, consisting of two hemispheres, left and right. So yeah, it's just like the main part of the brain.
The inner brain?
Most anterior. What does anterior mean? I've fallen down a Google hole.
Is anterior the front or the back? Because the back is like where you have your occipital. lobe?
Anterior means front.
Anterior is front.
Yes.
Okay. So the cerebrum, that's
It's the front big part of your brain.
your thinky.
That's the thinky.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the cerebrum, the convolutions of the cerebrum, that's the front part. That's your
Yeah.
thinky. So we're studying that. So if we're talking about consciousness, then it would make sense to hone in on that part of the brain because that's where most of your higher thought and complex thinking and intuition come into play, right?
Makes sense.
So that tracks. The studying of the convolutions of the cerebrum, we begin the 5 principal primary fixtures. This is very hard to read from this distance.
I mean, same for me. It's right in front of me. It's very blurred.
And then this up here seems like it's one figure holding up a hand like this. I can't tell what's happening with the other, but we're seeing some it's a lot happening around the shoulders, but I can't quite make it out.
Is it like a lobotomy kind of a thing?
Whoa!
Which would make sense if we're talking about the cerebrum.
Huh.
Maybe. Like, there's that, like, stake going into the head there. I can't really tell, though.
I can't really make it out.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Huh.
Huh.
This is like, oh.
This is interesting.
I like this a lot. Okay. Screenshot 18. There was an accident yesterday. Our workers are used to the scent of burning hair, burning flesh. Whoa, wait, sorry. I read that way too casually. I was very normal about that, but that's not a normal topic whatsoever. There was an accident yesterday. Our workers are used to the scent of burning hair. Burning flesh went unnoticed until it was too late. I couldn't have known that the procedure went too far, and there is little assurance knowing that now. We've been analyzing some graphical anomalies that cropped up on Netscape afterward. Despite our blind faith, there is no concrete evidence of a substantial upload onto our servers. I'd like to think they're in there somewhere for my sake. The frustrations of this project have led me to wire the subjects in more abrasively, making incisions in the wrists and neck to directly connect their nervous systems. We are not
That's a bad sign. We are not doctors.
You're not
I made
doctors.
incisions in the wrist and neck.
Right?
Bad combo.
Boo!
Don't
Boo!
like it.
I'm making connections here. Okay, we got it. We are prepared as anyone to consider the body purely as incompatible technology. As they carted the charred corpse away, I was beside myself in the new kind of fear it imposed. But I could not stop thinking. Had my hesitance caused this? Regrettably, the lessening time and building pressure of our project has caused me to adapt. I now feel distant from my loyal patients. Inside them, I only see a sort of circuitry. Stable, self-contained, but faulty in my ignorant hands. Drastic measures must be taken as issues beyond my control escalate. Daisy's condition worsens by the day. During my visits, I wander around St. Germain to observe the operations. Her physical body is deteriorating, obsolete, and our team alone holds the gateway to a greater plane of existence. I've been going about this all wrong. I can no longer consider the body as sacred. In order to contain consciousness, the body must be bypassed at all costs, even if it is defiled by my technology, reassembling into one advanced being. In order to make true progress, we need to soldier forward. No matter what, I can save her, and she will be better than we have ever believed was possible. Okay, so there is the more positive intention of trying to save Daisy, right, by uploading the consciousness. However, we are now mutilating bodies to try to upload these consciousnesses into Netscape.
Yeah.
Right? So it's also escapism, not as like a commentary only on how we interact with the internet and these platforms, but also escaping the physical form.
Yeah. I'm also getting the vibe that maybe the other patients are maybe just cogs in the machine for saving Daisy. I don't feel like there's anything else.
It's test subjects.
Yeah, that's a goal
Right.
other than saving Daisy right now.
But I wonder if some of these ones where it's like, like what happened here? What are these anomalies, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if that has more to do with some of the names that we saw, right?
Yeah.
Like if Carol and Dave are some of these people that, got the short end of the stick and got,
That would make sense.
experimented on and were uploaded either intentionally or through something wrong that happened, right?
And I would assume the other players are the people that have been uploaded into the game.
Yes.
That's where I'm coming from at this point.
Which would explain the screaming and the
Yes,
crying, right?
absolutely.
and some of this imagery.
The martyr also makes sense as
Yes.
an experiment subject.
Yes.
Yeah.
To kind of do that sacrifice, right?
Yeah.
To die for that cause. Tapeworm is what's really troubling me.
Yeah.
Because tapeworms are like little parasites, right?
Ooh.
They're
Yeah, I
just
don't know
in
what
there.
that means.
Right? I don't know either. I'm wondering if there's more to that, but like tapeworm is kind of freaking me out. This is a lot. I don't know if like in terms of uploading consciousness, if all of this was necessary for that. I really don't think it was. And then this looks like my hair. That's creepy.
It's you.
Oh no! What am I doing? All the code that's in here. A little wild. Huh. All right. And then here, last note. I've done it. Luckily, once the subjects had been dismantled and connected, almost all of their physical senses had been removed. They move and talk in the game like someone sitting at a desk, but instead it's them. It's actually them. We've completely eliminated the in-between. There is no compromise. The individuals that pass through now stand on the forefront of true immortality, shedding the failure of our corporeal forms. Once you get used to the stench and all the excess viscera, the body is made irrelevant. Isn't a butterfly still seen as beautiful despite its metamorphosis? The uncanny discomfort of melding, twisting, reconfiguring the body is simply human, but pointless. I am staring intently at one of the subjects, but words cannot describe how happy it makes me. The physical residue it is left behind is revolting, but that is expected. It defies itself, surpassing humanity's constraints like an angel.
Ooh.
And what did we see all over the place? You saw these cute little angels, almost Cupid-looking things, right? Rising up in, you know, this very idealized sense of it. And then you see the biblically accurate angel who is crying.
Yep.
Who is crying out in what sounds like pain, right? So like the kind of idea and the ideological aspect of it that we're seeing here versus like the actual pain and the suffering that happened that we saw with the martyr, right?
Yeah.
Right? It's all coming together. All coming together. Where was I? The mind simply cannot comprehend an internal beauty such as this. Since Daisy rejected the treatment after seeing the state of the subjects, I haven't left the lab in weeks. She doesn't see what I see. She can't get it. Progress is disgusting. She shouldn't be punished so heavily for her ignorance, but I've failed to save her. All that has been done will not be in vain. Just thinking of them in the other room, writhing, still clinging to their corporeal mechanisms, makes me nauseous. They yearn to be free. My insides turn in anticipation. I no longer think of what I have done as anything other than a necessity towards enlightenment. We now arrive at the dawn of a new era, man intertwined with machines, surpassing death and living on indefinitely. And yet, I will never rest, knowing Daisy's fate has been sealed despite my intervention. So Daisy's like, y'all gotta not do this.
Yeah.
And like, it's cool and also interesting that the name is Daisy because of the song Daisy Daisy that we heard from this, right? That was the catalyst for the experiment.
Right.
Daisy being the first song that they got a computer to sing, like one of the first executable like programs.
It's a cool little connection.
Right? Isn't that fun?
Yeah.
Like very cool like nod to a big historical thing. And I think a lot of people will get it and appreciate it because that was a sound on TikTok for a couple moments there.
I remember that, yeah.
So it's like, oh, it really encourages the audience to make this connection over information that might be more widely known at this point in time, which is very satisfying and nice.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
I like that a lot. Yeah, so that's what we got from that escape before it blew up. I want to try to open it again and see what happens.
Yeah, I'm
since
curious.
It's been 12 a.m. for forever. Carol 7 is the one person we did not get, but we got Dave. Nope, nothing.
You have to start the whole game over again.
Can I drag it to the recycling? This PC? No? Okay. The rectangles are smaller now.
Are they?
Yeah, it used to be more of a square. Now it's like elongated rectangles. I don't know what happened there.
I'm not sure.
So.
Is there anything else you can interact with on the desk or no?
Not there.
Maybe not.
Huh. What's this poster in the back here? BW. I don't know if that's an actual place or if it's just like merch from Netscape, right? Could be. I feel like there's something creepy waiting to happen in this window.
I think that's a good intuition.
Yeah, but there's nothing else I could do, I don't think.
Okay.
I think it's done. I think
This,
the game is over. That was our run of this game. If we want to go back in, get everything, see what happens from there, hey, let us know. Let us know, and we'll dive on in and see what we can do. But until then, I feel like we got a lot out of this story.
We sure did. I think we got everything except for one thing, right?
Yeah, I think everything but Carol 7, who I assume is some kind of like subject that was on this adventure with us, right? And yeah, this is one I definitely have to tell Tom about because there's a lot here for theorizing, my friends. A whole bunch. But I hope you enjoyed in the meantime. Thank you so much for watching. And remember, this wasn't a live stream, but it sure as heck was a video. A video for you. See ya!
All right, I think we can make this pretty short and sweet. The Mac team is on one. See, the M4 Mac Mini refresh was already one of the best tech deals of all of 2024. Great computer, great price. So now here comes this new M4 MacBook Air. It's the most capable, powerful version yet, obviously, thanks to the new chip. The starting memory is 16 gigs. It gets a sneaky, slightly larger battery, some Thunderbolt improvements, a new webcam, a new color, and the price goes down. It's kind of funny looking back a bit at the arc of reviewing MacBook Airs over the years. Like at first it was this spectacle of engineering, but also kind of impractical and missing a few ports. It went from that to being, a bit of an outdated design, but improving a lot. Then turned into basically the easiest to recommend laptop in the world at $999. But then with Apple Silicon updates and higher base storage, the price did go up with the M2 generation by $200. So it was $1199, and I feel like everyone just kind of went, all right, it's still fine. Yeah, still a good laptop for that price. But now it's 2025 and it's got the M4 chip and the price has dropped back down to $999 for the base machine again, and that is sick. Now, almost nothing else has physically changed with this laptop. Still the same keyboard, there's no speaker grills, there's still MagSafe charging, 2 USB Type-C ports, the headphone jack, the notch at the top of the 60 Hz LCD, the thin and light aluminum build. This is very much still the MacBook Air. If you want to get sweaty about it, as Dave 2D would say, I noticed the mute button icon is different, and the webcam is now a 12 megapixel center stage webcam, which can follow you around the frame if you leave it on, but I actually turn it off every time. And also, I noticed on Apple's website, the battery capacity went up slightly from 52.6 watt hours to 53.8 watt hours this generation. So that's about 2% more capacity. I'm paying attention, okay? It's a real life spot the differences challenge. But really the main way, obviously, you'll know if it's the new laptop generation or not is this. Did you notice it's a new color? Barely. It's called Sky Blue this time. If I could rename it, I'd rename it Barely Blue, considering when it's up against white backgrounds, okay, it looks a little bit blue, but when it's up against actually blue things, it literally looks silver again. It's like the LaCroix of MacBook paint colors. It's like someone whispered the word blue in the paint shop just before placing each one in its box and shipping it away. But yeah, you know, if you see this pale blue color on a MacBook Air, you know it's the new one. This replaces Space Gray. But also, speaking of boxes, this is the box that my MacBook Air came in from Apple, the review unit. And I don't know if you notice on the corner there, it appears someone has bled onto the box of this computer. I don't really know how that happens. I pulled it out of the cardboard shipping box and it just looked like this. Really weird. Never seen that before. I really hope whoever packaged this computer is
that you're okay.
Anyway, the main reason this laptop is such a big deal is the chip, right? This M4 chip, it's really good. We already learned this from the M4 iPad Pro 9 months ago, and then again with the M4 Mac Mini 4 months ago. This chip in the laptop will be passively cooled, so no fans in the air, unlike the Mac Mini. So yeah, sustained performance ceiling is going to be a bit lower. But for the quick, bursty stuff like normal computer activities, yeah, it's amazing, as expected. And then the specific benefit, in case you forgot, of the M4 over previous generations of Apple Silicon is going to be more AI-specific horsepower. So a more powerful 16-core neural engine. Some of that manifests itself in useless stuff like Image Playground, rendering images locally faster than ever before. Cool. But also some of that is potentially useful stuff like the background cutouts being quicker and more accurate, or the single-click photo enhancer in Pixelmator Pro being much faster. Reviewing MacBook Airs is so funny though, because we do this every time. This is the baseline. This is the cheapest entry-level way to get a Mac laptop for people who don't care about pro-level tasks.
I have barbecue in my teeth.
And web browse and maybe edit a photo once in a while. Basic stuff. MacBook Air, classic. But because Apple Silicon has gotten so good, we end up able to do things that are way beyond that. This machine is capable of things that required a pro chip like a couple of years ago. That's not an exaggeration. So when I tell you I could load up a bunch of 4K and 8K footage into a Final Cut Pro timeline and it would scrub through the timeline with almost no hesitation at quarter res playback resolution, and then it could export the project just a few beats slower than a Mac Mini, that literally doesn't matter to 99% of MacBook Air buyers. But the chip is so powerful, it's capable of it, so it's just good to know that you could. You know, most Airs will never have 3D modeling applications or Logic Pro or ever be churning through the Adobe suite or playing AAA games, but instead they'll be doing video calls and having 20 Safari tabs open or flipping through a bunch of productivity apps. But it is pretty sick that this computer can stretch and handle all of that, should you choose to throw that at it. That is the modern MacBook Air. There's even allegedly a customer that was frustrated with the last generation of Air because it couldn't connect two different 6K displays at the same time and use them with the lid open. And so now this one can. So okay, great. This laptop is still a great machine and a great deal. Here's my only complaint potentially with this laptop. I would like a better display. Now, I know that I'm coming from a MacBook Pro and I'm very used to these really good displays, and it seems like Apple is, as they usually do, reserving certain things for the pros. So the mini LED,
that's not bad though.
Res, high refresh rate, even the nano texture coating on the display, all of that stuff is reserved for the MacBook Pro. But all that is stuff that I would like to see in a MacBook Air, and I think it could handle it. I think it's got plenty of battery. It could go brighter. It could look even better. So I want a better screen on the MacBook Air, me personally, as an option. But I know that most people won't even notice and will be totally fine with this. But here's a more important question that I ask
defense,
every year with this MacBook Pro, because we always talk about this base price. Can you actually order the base price spec and still be fine? And this year, again, I feel like for most people the answer actually is yes. Because this time that's 16 gigs of unified memory, and then it's 256 gigs of base storage. So the storage and memory upgrades are always borderline robbery. That's not a shocker.
Yeah.
I do like that you can get a much faster charger for $20 if you don't already have one. But yeah, doubling up to 16 gigs base for $9.99 is huge, since these computers can go into swap memory so quickly. Shout out to the single best feature of Apple Intelligence, which has been improving the amount of RAM in every Apple device. If you are in the market for a base machine though, I think if you don't plan on ever doing super high-end tasks, you can still consider the last gen. This is going to sound familiar, but the last gen is also a really good deal. It has half that memory, 8 gigs, but it's $7.99 at Best Buy right now. So that's a really good deal. Obviously, if you have an older MacBook, if you have an Intel MacBook, this is the type of stuff you're going to be looking at. Otherwise, then yeah, pretty easy to recommend the baseline, the new entry-level sky blue MacBook Air. All things considered, it's pretty boring that this laptop doesn't change very much, and it's just a barely new color, and it's a chip we've already seen before. But I think it's pretty exciting that laptops have gotten this good, period. Thanks for watching. Catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
This will take a moment. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Don't win. Marines inbound. Still working on it. Continue to defend. Some truly future minds are heading this way.
Hello, hello.
Yo, long time no chat.
Yeah, it's been a while.
How's it going with you?
Pretty good. How you doing?
I can't complain.
What you been
Are
up
you
to?
hunting out there in the wild? Well, I've been hunting out there in the wilds with the rest of the people.
No, I got some buddies that asked me if I was going to pick it up, but I hadn't played Monster Hunter in several generations, honestly.
And I'll honestly say this is the easiest generation to pick it up in, because I'm a generational hunter too.
Like, I played it in back on the PlayStation 2.
Yeah, I completely feel you.
Okay. Like, I've kept up, like, I've watched people, like, I've kept kind of up with it, but I haven't actually, like, picked it up since.
Yeah, they've dumbed this game down a whole lot. They have dumbed it down a lot.
I've heard some people actually, like, slightly miffed about some of it, because it's like, in the past, so this was one of the complaints that I've heard. In the past, you'd be like, oh, I'm gonna go out and hunt, so I need to make food. And then you got to, like, watch the cats go through the animations of making the custom food that you, like, requested with your ingredients, right? And it was, like, really cute and kind of, like awesome that your best cat pal, you know, your Palico made you your meal, right? And now they don't do that anymore. You make it yourself.
They do not.
And it's like, I miss my cats making my food, you know?
Yeah.
And they're like, it was the cutest thing ever. Yeah. And they're like, but it doesn't they don't do that anymore.
Oh. But then at the same time, I always thought about it. I was like, God damn, I know there's got to be like a lot of fur in this food. Like, where does the food begin and the fur end?
True. But I kind of understand, like, the other side of the coin of having the, you know, they use the ingredients that the people picked. You know, so there's a lot of custom, like, things going on with all of that, you know, that there was all these different animations depending on what different ingredients were picked for the food. So there's a whole system used in that cooking thing, and it's so much cheaper just not to do that.
Yeah, I can say that in all honesty, the only thing that eating does now is just give you a few slight buffs depending on what you cook with. But I use just one ingredient just for the health and stamina boost. And after that, I don't even touch the other ingredients. So I don't worry about farming those ingredients. The monsters aren't strong enough for me to need buffs. Like, this game has become way too easy, in my opinion. Which is kind of disheartening. I'm hoping that, like, when they introduce Master Rank, that things pick up. Because I don't even faint on monsters anymore. Like, this is getting ridiculous to me.
Oh.
Like, I was fighting like one of the first monsters that you fight, a Chatacabra. And somebody fainted on it, and in the front of my mind, I went, how the fuck do you faint on? Yeah, like, how did you manage this? Like, you really don't be watching your health bar. Well, hi, doggo. How you doing? What you need, big boy? I see your tail wagging. You want something because you sat right next to me. What you want? You want kisses?
Food,
You want
usually.
kisses? Mwah, I give you kisses.
I went and nuked some, dang it, pulled pork stuff, barbecue earlier, and my dog came in here like, hey, are you going to give me some of that? I'm like, no, this is mine.
Yeah, mine's like that. I use mine as a personal dishwasher and pan washer.
Yeah.
Like, whenever I get done cooking, I just set the pan on the floor and let them have at it.
Yeah, do the pre-rinse for me, please.
Yeah. Get all that stuff off of there. Yes, big boy, I love you too. You're my big boy. Don't worry, we're gonna go out in a minute. It ain't time yet. Actually, is it time? Oh, it's past time. That's why you were sitting next to me. You ready
2
to go
a.m.
potty?
in the morning, so it's kind of late. I don't remember what coast you're on, so.
It is the best time because nobody's outside and I don't have to use a leash.
I never use a leash. I'm one of those cretins.
I live in an apartment complex, so I have to. Because otherwise he'll run up after other dogs, and that's really problematic for me. So
mine's pretty good.
I usually raid around 1, 2 when ain't nobody up or around, and I just let him run free because he used to be a fenced-in dog, so he had a yard to play in. But when I moved back to Georgia, yeah, all that changed. 'Cause I was living in Louisiana for a minute.
Mine's pretty good about not leaving the, I don't let her leave the yard, basically. I keep an eye on her and call her back and go and get her. She always wants to, like, leave the yard after the other dogs and stuff. But all the people in the neighborhood are scared of her because she's a big hound dog, and they just see big black dog and think, dangerous, not on a leash, this weirdo. And, and I'm like, she's fine. I'll get her. I just walk out. I'm watching her anyway, and so I see them coming, and they're like all scared. Rightfully, I understand. But I just go get her.
He's a big softy, so I don't worry about it. He's gotten his butt kicked one time for running up on the dog, and I think he more or less learned his lesson.
Like, mine doesn't.
Dog laid into him.
Mine is such a softie. She ain't got a tail because her siblings ate it.
Oh.
Yeah. She don't fight back.
Damn.
Yeah. she was a rescue from the Humane Society because the breeder didn't feed them when they were starving. You know, the siblings turned to cannibalism and started eating on her.
Damn.
She's a sweetheart, though.
Yeah, I got mine because one of my friend's kids were allergic to them. So they were trying to give them away, and I wound up picking them up because my other dog had passed away. So I was just like, sure, I got room in my heart for a new dog.
Yeah.
I mean, overall, he's a good boy. He just hard-headed and playful.
Yeah.
Back over here, boy.
Man, there's a lot of pickups there.
What you been playing as of recently?
Same old kind of stuff. Usually, like some Minecraft. I played Path of Exile 2 till I got bored of it. Warframe. There's so much shit in that game. So there's a new update to that one coming out next week on Wednesday. You know, anime. Watching a lot of anime. So D&D with some friends, played some crazy ass board game with a buddy of mine not too long ago. Had a sensor pad and Bluetooth dice and like all sorts of shit.
Bluetooth dice?
Yeah, so this is the way that worked. It had the sensor pad, and then you'd put maps on the sensor pad. Okay. And then the pieces, like all the miniatures, the sensor pad knows where the miniatures are, right? And you use a computer or a tablet, and the players each use their phone and an app on the phone. This is like the girl that was there. She's like, I didn't know I was coming over for a tech extravaganza. I ain't good with tech. And so her boyfriend had to help her out. But like the phones connect to everything connects by Bluetooth to whatever is the host device, tablet or computer. And like each player selects their character on their phone, and then you're like, you do your moves, whatever your attacks are or whatever, on your phone, and it plays the animations on the computer. So you get to watch that play out. And the computer is like the enemies. So like one person doesn't have to run the game, you know? So you don't need like five people when one person is like not playing, they're playing the enemies. Because the game's doing that. Which is kind of nice, so that you just need 4 people and everybody gets to play. And you get to watch everything play out and yada yada. It was pretty cool, but it was kind of wild because it doesn't matter what dice you pick up, right? It's your turn, so you can grab any dice, and it's like shake the dice, and whichever dice starts shaking, it's like, okay, that's the dice that's going to be rolling. And once it's figured out which dice is about to roll, it tells you to roll the dice, and then it knows what it lands on. So it doesn't matter which one you grab on your turn. You know, it doesn't have to be the one assigned to you or anything. There isn't any, you know?
Yeah.
So it just depends on which one is moving when it's waiting for a dice to roll. And it's like, okay, I figured out which dice is moving. Now roll it. And then it's like whatever it lands on. So that's pretty cool. You know, doing the normal stuff.
Have you ever heard of a game called Repo?
Repo? No.
Yeah.
I've heard of the business where you go pick up cars.
So, you know Lethal Company, correct?
Yeah. Yo,
okay.
Yeah.
Repo,
I think
Repo is like
Lethal Company. I think I have heard of it then. I was thinking of a board game. So yeah, I think I have heard of it. I watch. Go ahead.
I plan on picking that up soon. And I'm looking for people that's possibly interested in playing it as well.
I watch Markiplier and people like that, and I think they played it.
Yeah, they have. That's where I got the notion to start playing it from, because I got two friends of mine that I know would enjoy it. So I plan on hooking them up with it.
Well,
what's on the agenda to hunt?
My night's kind of. I'm just kind of getting the boring stuff done in Warframe until for probably another hour, and then I'm gonna head out and watch some anime until the wife gets up. Basically, I have 3 missions left.
Yeah, I'm getting the boring stuff out of Monster Hunter out of the way. Just getting a whole bunch of weapons and whatnot ready for Master Rank whenever it comes out in the next 3-4 months, maybe 5.
Eventually.
Eventually.
I did play one thing for a while. Would that be good? What's his name? Oh, dang it. I was playing VR games with a buddy for a while, but like that comes and goes in waves, you know?
I wanted to get into VR. It's just that I never really trusted it, considering the fact that I wear glasses. So I was just like, I always figured that might just be a problem for it.
Are you nearsighted or farsighted?
Nearsighted, I want to say.
If you can see stuff up close, you'll be fine for it. Because you're still only looking at something that's up close. So you can just take your glasses off.
Yeah. Okay, I'll keep that in mind now. Ow.
Looks like heavy activity ahead.
Fucking dragon.
But with like VR, like I said, it kind of comes and goes in waves.
Yeah.
Because you'll be like, you'll play something for a while and then you won't play it again for like another 6 months or something.
Oh shit. I got a friend that's been wanting me to get into VR with him.
It's interesting. It's definitely a thing.
He said it can make you motion sick.
Some people.
I think I've only been motion sick by 1 or 2 games that I've played. But they were like really shaky.
As you conquer the foe, so you conquer yourself.
There's like one that's made me a little motion sick. And there was like one game that made me a little, and then there was a different thing that made me queasy. But it was just the flying some dragons in another game.
Oh Oh, I think I know exactly what game you're talking about. I seen it and wanted to play it.
Well, I was playing. I was in VR chat, and I went to a world, and there was 2 dragonflight types, and one of the dragonflight types I was fine with, and then the other one was like, oh, I got real sweaty. like within 5 seconds, I was like real hot and sweaty and did not feel good. And that's when you know it's like, okay, if you keep doing this, you're gonna get sick.
Not the fun sick either.
Yeah. Your body's having a reaction to the way this is moving. Your brain does not like the way this is moving.
It does not. This is monster abuse in the finest.
What's the whole point of that game?
Yeah, but when you can abuse a monster like this, it's a problem. Like, I have never been able to abuse a monster so hard since World. Like, back in the day, how many paralyzes do you think you could have gotten off in a hunt?
Well, it kind of depends. Way back in the day, if I was using the lance and shield, I could stun lock a lot of guys, but just by continuously poking them in the nose. Now, if I was using like the traps, usually I would just use one trap, and then I would stun lock them with the lance and shield. But you know, that was the whole point of my role in the team. Basically, is just poke them in the nose.
Yeah, be the front line.
Yeah, I'd stand in front of them and just keep them in a loop while the heavy swords were in the back chopping their tail off.
I've always been a either gun lance or dual blade user until they came out with switch axe, and then that became my main weapon.
Way back then, heavy sword and then the lance and shield. Those were the 2 that I had used. And the heavy sword was just because it was good at chopping off body parts and then good at throwing your friends off of cliffs. So
instead of the heavy sword, I used hammer because I did not like the wind up for I didn't like charging up my both the weapons charged. I just enjoyed moving quicker than the other characters. I enjoyed my mobility.
I was looking at in the previous game to this one, the people that were talking about some like bug thing, and I don't know. They were basically just flying in the air, and you would shoot.
Insect glaive.
Yeah, the insect glaive. Yeah, and you would shoot like certain areas of the monsters to collect stuff, and then you could go airborne and all this stuff, and then it was like crazy movement and stuff, and how like good that was. And the guy was talking about how every version of Monster Hunter gets worse, but it's not really a bad thing, it's kind of a good thing, because they'll add like a new feature that makes the game like more fun, and then in the next version of the game they take that feature out.
Yep, we no longer have the clutch claw. Oh my god, I miss my clutch claw.
Yeah. So it's worse for that, but it's also better for in other ways, kind of thing. It's just like,
yeah, they took away the clutch claw, they added the wound system. I missed the clutch claw for the reason that I enjoyed throwing monsters into other monsters. That was my whole gimmick in World. Like, I got ridiculously good at face planting other monsters into other monsters, and it was just glorious to watch them collide.
Mm.
Like, I was the status user, so KOs, poison, paralysis, and throwing monsters in the walls. That was my goal for World. And I achieved that goal with flying colors. There is nothing more satisfying than throwing a Rathian into a Rathalos and just watching them flail about. Oh god, I miss it all. But yeah, they make a lot of quality of life improvements to each iteration. But at the same time, it's like they take away some things or they dumb some things down a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And it just feels off. Like, the best quality of life that they gave us was the ability to drink potions while moving.
They got these big.
That is the greatest quality of life, instead of just having to stand there and take that hit while you're trying to huff a potion.
This red point dude is there, G fucking 101.
Oh.
Sidestep.
And now we got little we don't have to track the monster anymore. The monster just appears on the map. And then we got a little mount that just automatically takes us there, so we don't need paint pods or none of that stuff anymore.
Nah,
Yeah.
but I hope I wanted to catch your fucking
Like, we just streamlined the way we hunt now. There's no more gathering tracks like you did in World to find out which way the monster went.
Dumbass reason Twitch won't let me
There's no
log in
paint
without,
pods to
with
keep
my,
it
email and
visible on the map.
password on PlayStation. It tells me to use a code.
You can drink
which the
potions
code
while
gets
on the
sent straight to
move.
my phone,
You can drink
and
potions
my
and
fucking
sharpen
shit's
your
not
weapon
fucking
while
working.
you're on your mount.
It's gonna be a second. Hold on. Your microphone's open, by the way.
Oh shit, my bad. Sorry about that.
What do you mean open?
No problem. Just since you were talking about codes and stuff, I was want to make sure that it wasn't broadcast out to the world. I'm also streaming, so I figured you might not want that going out to the internet.
My bad. Yeah. Let me change that real quick.
I had to tell the guy that I'm in mission with, his microphone is on just open broadcast, and because he is talking up a storm, and he's talking about codes and PlayStations and stuff, and I'm like, he might not want that going out to the public, whatever he's talking about. Sorry, that's why I had to like interrupt you, because I needed to let him know that he was on open broadcast going out on a video that's being recorded. You know?
Oh, good. Oh, good. Completely understandable. But yeah, I enjoy what they've done so far with Monster Hunter, even though I do miss, like, actually tracking the monster. But other than that, I mean, they've done a pretty decent job of it. I'm not mad at it. I'm just kind of upset that it feels too easy. Either I'm too good of a hunter or they're really making things easier.
You're probably just too good of a hunter.
I'm hoping that's the case, because I mean, I have been doing this for years.
The other guy died, you know. They went down on you were talking about earlier, you know. So you're like, see, you're just too good.
Yeah, I'm still scratching my head on that one too. It's just like, how do you do this? Like, watch your fucking health bar, please.
They probably just got too into what was going on.
Yeah, they were a great sword user. They probably weren't watching their health bar at all.
Yeah, I never did. So. Okay, I can head to the green exit now.
I don't want to fight a Gormagnola. You know what? I haven't fought one of these in a while. I'll fight this. Okay, maybe I won't fight this.
That's a Void Angel in the making. Best be ready.
I gotta make pudding tomorrow. I want pudding now, but I said I'd do it later when I woke up. Oh, I should have just went and made it earlier. But I gotta add stuff to it.
I think we're gonna fight the Void Angel. What are you adding to it?
Some ground cinnamon, maybe just like a pinch of nutmeg, some honey, if I have any more. Just some tasty things to it.
Sounds good.
It's vanilla pudding.
Ah.
So I like to add things to it. Like, cinnamon is like my #1 thing to go to with vanilla pudding. Some odd reason it just makes it taste so much better.
Yeah.
But then again, I think I just like cinnamon. Because I
Can't
like
blame you on that
Fireball.
The alcohol.
Fireball is delicious.
It's got a lot of sugar in it. It's not bad.
Yeah, my friend says I drink like I'm in college. Because he says I pick all the worst things to drink.
I don't know. I mean, it depends on if you're drinking it like... yeah, you probably would. Never mind. I was like, drinking like straight. And I'm like, with Fireball, yeah, you can do that. So it's not that bad.
All the drinks I drink are straight because, I mean, I don't... Unless somebody's going to mix the drink for me, I ain't got time for all that. So, yeah. Oh, whoa. Hello, sir. You're doing a bit too much with them fireballs.
I've had something slip through my screen.
I don't think you want things slipping through things now.
Yeah, well, I've got my window open because it's decent, the weather out, but I've got the lights on, so some flying insect has found a hole. It made its way through. Found a crack that it's crawled in, and now it's bugging me. Literally.
Yeah, that can be problematic. Evict them from the home.
I'll evict him from life if I can get my hands on him.
There was a post on Reddit that was talking about how there was like an elder god and a human had found its way into its realm. And instead of like squishing it, it encompassed it in what would be considered like a cup and piece of paper in our world. And it threw us back out into our dimension. I was just like, oh, that was sweet. They didn't kill him. Even though they had every fucking right to.
I'll be nice to some things. Other things, no, I'm not nice to.
Yeah, I can understand that. I mean, I usually don't fuck with spiders until they come within my strike radius. To which then, yeah, you're free game. But as long as you stay out of my strike radius, I won't mess with you at all. Yes, what's the dragons behind? My TV's not loud, is it?
I can't hear it, so no.
Oh, cool. Because I got my phone just sitting on my chest and I'm laying back on my bed playing Monster Hunter.
Sounds like a good time.
Definitely comfortable.
I am reclined in my chair, just playing some Warframe. I was in I think people should be like seeking their happiness. I was in like VR a while back and was talking to somebody. I was like, "What do you do?" I asked them, and they said they were a prostitute. I'm like, "Well, good for you." And they're like, "That's a weird thing to say." I'm like, "Look, if it brings you happiness, right, do whatever you want to do. I'm not here to judge anybody." If it doesn't bring you happiness, don't fucking do it. Again, not here to judge.
Yeah, that's kind of the reason why I don't have a job.
Yeah, I've been trying to get my wife to like. I encourage her. I was telling her today. There are 3 things that stress her out: her dad, me, and her work. 5% of her stress comes from her dad. 5% of her stress comes from me, and 90% of her stress comes from her job. I'm like, if it's going to stress you out on the daily that much, maybe you shouldn't work there. Like,
there has
I
only
keep
been
telling her this.
There has only been one job that I have enjoyed, and that's being a seller of dildos and things. I enjoyed selling adult toys. That was the greatest job ever.
I've had several jobs that I enjoyed. It's like, you should seek out things that you enjoy. Like, you know, especially if you can make money out of them. Like, I was a projectionist at a movie theater and an assistant manager at a movie theater. I enjoyed that damn job. That was a lot of fun. For a good while, I enjoyed doing graphics design, graphics art. Problem is that I started getting more and more art customers, like artists as customers, and artists are crazy.
No shit.
Yeah. So my fun kept going down because of having to deal with like just not terrible people, but just more slightly difficult people.
Annoying people?
Everybody's annoying, everybody's crazy, but then it's just like I was telling the wife, we're watching an anime, and it's a guy, he's inherited a shrine, and there's 3 shrine maidens. It's like marrying an Amagami sister or something like that, and the 3 shrine maidens are pains in the ass, like all of them, and yet he has like a childhood friend who is into the same stuff as him, and I'm like, that's the one he should get together with. She's the least pain in the ass. And at this point in the story, she's like a little too like into him kind of thing, and the wife's like, see, she's crazy too. I'm like, sweetie, no offense, but I'm gonna clue you into this. I have never met a girl who was not crazy. You're included in that. You're just my kind of crazy.
So true. You just gotta find the one that's your type of crazy.
Exactly. It's like, I tell people all the time, I don't know anybody who's not crazy, me included. And it's just, you gotta find your kind of crazy. Like, that's it. Like, you don't get together with the wrong kind of crazy, because it'll torment you.
Oh, that is so true.
So when you find the crazy girl that's crazy, like, about you, if it's the kind of harmless crazy about you, like this girl is, go for it. She loves you. She's all about you. She's a little jealous, but you shouldn't be worrying about these 3 other chicks when you're dating this girl. Like, when you're worrying more about them 3 other chicks than the girl that's crazy about you, is doing like lots of good stuff for you, right? Cares about you, like cares about your actual goals and plans and supports you. Like, that's a damn good person there. And she puts up with shit like you caring about those girls. It just hurts her, right? It's not like she's trying to stab you, right? She's not that crazy. That's a pretty darn good. Yeah, she's crazy, but she's not that crazy.
Because me personally, I kind of like as much as it scares me to say this, I kind of like the yandere types, the ones that like overly love you that will fucking kill you.
I don't mind them either. And, so like, in the animes, they're great. In the real life, maybe they're a little bit too much, but you kind of want to back down to a more realistic sort of thing in the real world. You know, if she's going to stab you, then no, that's abuse.
That's not okay.
That's not okay. That needs counseling.
Like, I don't mind you threatening me, just don't stab me.
You know. We still might need to talk about the threats too, honestly, but but yeah, someone who like actually cares and like is concerned and yeah, sure. Someone who doesn't give a fuck, then you're like, there might be some problems there.
And then I found a body type that I like, and as much as it scares me, it's like those muscle mommies. But not those overly body built muscle mommies. Something like what's her name? Lean. I think it's Lean Beef Patty or something like that.
Hold on, I gotta Google.
Yeah, Lean Beef Patty. I think her name is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's a muscle mommy.
Yeah, that's good.
Like, she's well built.
She's cute, yeah.
I was just like, damn. I'm like, damn. I have such a weird taste in women.
Nah, that's not weird. That's not weird at all.
I mean, if I was ever seen with somebody like her, it would be like the weirdest, oddest looking couple ever. Because I am nothing but like a skinny twig of a tree. And yet I got like a muscle mommy on my side. Yeah, that makes me giggle every time I think about it.
Kind of slightly nerdy face.
Yep. I mean,
Good
she's
muscle
cute
body.
as all get out.
Yeah, it definitely has me beat.
Like, she is cute as all get out. And usually I don't. It's hard for me to find like women attractive. So, like, when I do find one that's attractive, it is really, really something. I think I'm attracted to nerdy chicks.
Nothing wrong with that.
And then she's nerdy with a body that's built. Oh, God. Like, pin me down. Call me daddy.
There was a trainer at the gym we used to go to. And I was telling our trainer that the other one was built like Chun-Li.
Oh, thick thighs save lives.
And it was one of those. There was somebody that nearby working out that overheard us, and he's like, Yeah, now that you mention it, he was over here in my conversation with my trainer. He's like, I never thought about it, but I was like, because the other trainer that I was talking about lost a competition, right? Against somebody else that did not look as good as them. Like, did not look as good as them, but what they're looking for in these competitions isn't like what they were built as, right? And I'm like, that's fucked up, because they literally had this like idealistic anime figure, this whole like cartoonish, this like, it's things that people draw and imagine as the like unreachable, unrealistic, like you could only do this as a cartoon. And she had like achieved this figure, right? In reality. Through like training and everything else. And that's not what the judges were looking for. They were looking for like skinnier, right? And it's just like, no, she's like amazing. She needed to be weaker and skinnier. So she had to like go down in like her weights and like lose weight. And it's just like, what?
No,
it blew my mind.
If it's not death by snoo, it is not worth it.
That's what I'm saying. It blew my mind, because for me it was just like, you literally reached something that I thought wasn't humanly possible.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do this.
Like a nice fit woman is just a beauty to behold. Especially like one of the ones that like are used to working on a farm. And they have like that just natural beauty and strength to go with it. See, do I have any sleep type weaponry? No, I actually don't. I need to make one. Do I really want one though? How often will I use it? Well, let's fuck around and find out. What do I need for it?
Sorry, just the whole like we've been through the fuck around stage, now we're getting to the find out stage.
Yep. Yep. I need a low rank Narcissilla. I don't want to fight a low rank.
I think there's lots of people across the country that are getting to that stage these days.
Everybody's got to fuck around and find out sometime. Is there even a such thing as a low rank Narcissilla? Let's find out. Monster field guide, large monster. Do these things come in low rank? Okay, this is
supposed to come together. Maybe not.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Where do I find it? Okay, it's on the 4th page of a monster book. Narcissilla.
What, down here?
Oh no, there is a low rank Narcissilla. So yeah, I do need to go find one of those real quick. Internal screaming. This is a waste of my time. A waste of my skill as a hunter. Fine, I will just post it myself. All right, Narcissus. So,
The wife asked a buddy on here in Romania if we could move there, if we could live with him.
Well, Romania.
Because he's not in this country.
Was she tired of the place already?
Tired of the second term of chaos and madness. Doesn't want King Elon and his henchman Trump.
Yeah, I recently found out something. I'm not a political person, but as long as everybody's unhappy, I'm happy.
As long as everybody's unhappy, you're happy?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I know it's a weird fucking take, right?
There's a lot of people that are like that. I know several people that are just more like they're entertained by the chaos.
Yeah, that's much it for me.
And for like
everybody's mad about this one guy doing all these things, and I'm just sitting here like, yes, be mad about it. I want to see like how crazy this shit gets. They're out here torching Teslas now, and I'm just like, how much more stupid can the world get?
Yeah, I don't really understand that. Like, I kind of agree with the people that just like sold it off or donated the ones they had. I'm like, you do what you feel like you need to do. For me, it's more like, I don't really want to be here when all of that comes to more of a boil, right? I don't want to be here when the two sides start to clash. Because what's going to happen, like if you want some future predictions, if the prices don't get under control, people will get more and more desperate, right? Because more and more people will lose what they have, whether it's their homes, houses. There'll be more starvation, because food will get even more expensive, and there's more and more draining of the middle and low classes, right? Of what they have. Because that's inevitably what happens with economics. The prices that we get paid don't go up, but everything else gets more and more expensive, so we get to afford less and less things. And we have to make more and more tough decisions on, am I going to get video games, or am I going to get, weed, or am I going to get food, and various decisions.
You kind of just like completely spoke my life right there.
Well, it's like, that's a lot of people's lives. It's not just any one individual. That's a lot of people. It's like, and you can superimpose. It's like, okay, am I going to get diapers, or am I going to get some like cloths that I can reuse because I can't afford the diapers, right? People have to make these decisions when they're like, I've got to afford these things, and everything is getting more and more expensive. And then there's like, well, I could just turn to government programs. Oh, wait, those programs were shut down. Right? And now there's less and less people that are eligible for what's left. And there's less and less people working in those places. So I'll have to wait 2 years before my application gets processed. And it's like, oh, will I still be alive by then? Those sort of things. So people start to worry about things, and then they start to get agitated and irritated, and they get like negative emotions, right? And that starts to build. And then people, years and years ago, summers come around and things get hot, and people like go out in the streets and they, torch things, and they do riots and things. And then what happens? The rich people that are doing all this stuff go, hey, police, go kill them, please. Beat them and arrest them. kill them, please. Go ahead and do that too. Say they had a gun. Put some drugs on them. Some illegal things. You know, we make money if you arrest them and put them in prison. So do that too if you want to. And then they incarcerate lots of people, kill them accidentally, you know, just to make sure to stamp down the middle and lower class that they're draining all the money from. It's a cycle that has been, repeats, and this is just the latest one. And then when you have literally like Russia going, yes, America's current goals are in line with what we want. They're doing exactly what we want them to. Like, you can look at the videos online and you're like, wait, aren't they the bad guys? I played enough video games and it's always the Russians are the bad guys. Like, and they're going, no. We like everything that the Americans are currently doing. And then other like terrible like countries are going, oh, we see what America's doing. We're going to do more of that. So we're just going to go kill the reporters and we're going to go and arrest all the people that say things that we don't like. We saw what America's doing. We agree. So we're going to do more of what they're doing. And then they start doing atrocities around the world. And we're like, wait a second. The bad guys are saying they agree with us and they're doing more of what we're doing?
Never a good thing when the bad guys agree with what you're doing.
Yeah, like Syria. That was a thing from Syria that I was just mentioning, by the way, that the guy like has been in charge of Syria for a long time was like, yeah, I agree with what the America's doing, so I'm just going to go kill the reporters now. I see what they're doing and I agree with them, so I'm just going to go kill reporters now. Like, what? They're like, somebody asked him a question. It goes, how long have you been taking money from the illegal criminal organization USAID? That's what he said to the reporter. The criminal organization USAID. Saying the reporter is a criminal now. You know, that was his response when they asked him a question. How long have you been taking illegal criminal organization money from USAID? Like, oh crap.
Oh shit. I done fucked up.
Yep. And so it's like, it'll probably get better someday. Probably. I hope. I laughed when the wife asked him, it's like, can we move in over there? I'm like, you do realize, sweetie, that they're only one country away from the place that's being attacked. Like, they're on the other side of Ukraine. So
yeah.
if Ukraine falls, what's to stop them from going, hey, we want your land now. And it's not like anybody's stopping that one. So it's not necessarily a good place to move to. I think I finally killed that bug. It landed on my arm. It attacked me. What was that?
It attacked me. It jumped out at me.
Yeah, it attacked me. It was self-defense, I swear. It wasn't murder, it was self-defense. It landed on me. I'm just like 10,000 times larger than it. Alright. Enough of all that junk.
Another thing that always tripped me out about people. Like, have you ever met somebody that was deathly afraid of dogs? They get around like an itty bitty dog that's like 2 pounds and they freak the fuck out.
I've met a lot of people that were deathly afraid of dogs. Like, I worry about my neighbor's dog, but my neighbor's dog has bitten me like 3 times. So, yeah, but I'm not like afraid of dogs. I'm not really afraid of his dog. I understand what it's doing and I understand how it thinks. But I still like a little bit worried about it.
Yeah, I know what you're capable of, and I'm not trying to push that.
Yeah. If I go to the fence line, the dog will bite at me. Okay? Now if I go to his house, I'll be fine. Like if I go in his house, the dog will be fine. If I go through the fence, I'll be fine. Like once I go through the fence and into the yard, the dog will cuddle and pet and everything else. But it's getting through the fence that's the issue. I have to actually get in the yard. If I go to the fence, the dog is like protecting the yard. It's the weirdest nature of this dog. And it makes, since I live next to it, it's slightly dangerous. Like, I used to go to the fence and pet his dogs, and this dog is new, and it's not, it nips at me. And it's drawn blood, almost broke my finger once. So, not necessarily good. But yeah, I've met lots of people that were like, I guess they've had that experience the first time they've met a dog or something. You know? And they've never trusted another dog.
I can understand that. It's just it just seems really weird to me to worry about an animal.
Well, like my dog eats kangaroo bones. You know? They're bigger than my, like, any individual bone in my body, right? The kangaroo bones are bigger than my leg bones. So
yeah,
I know that I'm food. If I ever stop feeding her and like because I die or something, she will eat me. I am on the menu.
Guaranteed.
She licks me. She licks my feet. She's just like waiting for that time. She's like, yep, you're still fresh. You stop moving. I got my eye on you.
I love him so much. He is just so tasty, though.
Yep. She's just waiting for that day that I stop moving out her way. She'll go to town.
All your tasty human bits.
Yep.
Oh, fuck it. Equip this primary. Let's go upgrade this weapon.
Hijack.
Transfer items. No, not items.
Range build should work.
Okay, we don't have anything as far as that goes. Crit Slugger, man.
I forgot I had him.
Once the Corpus realize what we were trying to do, they will use everything they can to
He's gonna kill everything.
Netflix so said 290 on sleep. Well, alrighty then. I can deal with that. I can definitely deal with that. Wait, Charge Master works on these equipments? Hold on. Slightly increase elemental damage and status build up for charged attacks. What would be considered a... Oh... That actually works?
Apparently.
Okay, I made a horrible misjudge on a skill here. That skill might actually be worth a damn now. Well, shit. I did not think that skill worked like that. Huh. Well, you learn something new every time you wake up, I suppose.
Good work. We now have control of the rover. Hold on, Taro. Things just got more complicated. The Corpus have corrupted the rover's power cell. I can reconfigure it, but its new source of power will be your Warframe's shields.
I want something sweet. I knew I should have made that damn pudding. Fuck. Like, it is rare for me to want something sweet, but when I want it, I fucking want it. Oh my god. And the thing is, I don't like sugary stuff. I like just simply sweet. Like, there's this Mexican bread that I normally buy. I do not know the name of it, but it has like this light powdered sugar on top. And it is like the greatest thing ever. And yet, I never learned the name of what it's called. Oh, and I hate that. Because it has about the sweetness of, I guess, what would it be? Like a cup of coffee, I guess. And it is just tasty. Wait, does this also apply sleep with the bug? Am I about to just like lose my shit? I think it applies sleep as well. Oh no, I'm about to redo all of my insect glaives.
You have almost reached the extraction point. Keep fighting.
And I'm using poison. Yeah, I'm using poison. I did not want to use poison. I meant to use paralyze. But it is what it is. You don't have to worry about that all too much. Because we are just often like that.
Excellent. This cargo will be a big help to our cause.
I now understand how people are getting 5-minute hunts, man. Oh my
How's that?
god. It makes um they're using the like they have this new thing called clash attacks. It's where you attack at the same time as the monster with a certain move in your repertoire, and you can essentially counter that monster's move. I guess it's the equivalent to, like, I guess if you ever play Street Fighter, Ryu throwing a Hadouken and somebody jump kicking into it and just getting knocked out the sky. That's essentially what you're doing as a hunter. You're Hadoukening the monster's jump kick and just knocking it out of the air. It's a good feeling when you do it. kind of like a counter, but I guess not really. Because in my eyes, you would have to take the hit, then counter. Ooh, that was a pretty background. I'm glad I kind of skipped that. I want to see that background again. I don't have that background. I'm kind of jealous. What was
I don't have it either. Mainly because I don't play the game.
Yeah, fair enough. Where was that? Oh, quest results. Yeah. Hell yeah, that is a pretty background. I want that. I need to see if I have that. I doubt that I do. Hunter profile. No, I don't have that. I am really jealous now.
Now you just got to figure out where you get it from.
Yeah, that is so true. What is it, phone? Oh, you're going to die soon. Oh, you'll be fine. I'll wait till you hit 5%, then I'll cut you down. Well, then I'll get off of you.
I just plugged mine in. I've got a little thing next to me.
My plug's not within arm's reach of me right now because I'm laying at the opposite end of my bed.
It does come in handy when it is reachable.
Yeah, I usually try to, like, everything I keep in reach. I just have a really long game controller cord, so this way I can lay back and enjoy things instead of being all faced up in front of my TV.
There was somebody not too long ago that was on a game system, and I was thinking about when I watched you. I actually showed them the clip online of where you like aimed your phone at the screen, and I watched you play. Was it the second dream or one of the quests? I don't remember which one it was.
Yeah. Or it sounded like some crap I'd do.
Yeah. It was like when we first met.
Yeah, because I didn't have a powerful computer then.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, my PC was a potato back then. Since then, it has had 2 iterations of an upgrade, and now I possess Van's old computer.
Yeah.
His old computer is just powerful enough to run Monster Hunter in potato mode.
Yeah. Thinking it was Monster Hunter? Was it Monster Hunter or was it... There was one of the more recent games that came out is better on the consoles because of like optimizations or something on the computer.
Most definitely has to probably be Monster Hunter.
Is it Monster Hunter? Can't remember which one it was off the top of my head right now. I'm like, the people that were like, I watch a lot of gaming stuff, right? And they're like, yeah, I'm glad I got this on like console because it's like really bad on the PC right now.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like Monster Hunter.
That might be Monster Hunter then. I couldn't remember what it was. newest console is like, I don't even know if I still have it anywhere. It's probably like a PS3.
It's been so long since I've even had a console. The newest console that I can say that I have is a Nintendo Switch.
I've got a Wii somewhere, a 360. I think I have a PS3 that I played like one game on.
Not gonna lie, I kind of miss the Wii. Just for the Wii U.
Yeah. We don't play it, but we still have it somewhere.
I have no clue as to what happened to any of my consoles, to be honest with you. Like, they have all just, like, slowly disappeared out of my ownership.
Yeah.
I'm not even mad at it. Like, going in the back of my mind, I'm pretty sure I gave it to a friend because they didn't have anything at the time.
Maybe. Like somewhere.
Because I'm one of those people that if I got it and I don't need it, I will definitely give it to you if you ask for it. Because my friend, he has my old computer. Like, I'm pretty sure I'll never use that computer again nor see it.
They are usable. Like, I'm thinking about digging out an old computer for a project here soon. There's a 12-hour video and a 1,000-page document that I'm really thinking about. Like, there's a 50-50 chance that I might actually do it. And it's how to replace your router with a computer.
Oh, that sounds interesting.
And the advantage is, like, you don't run Windows on the computer. So you take an old, like, XP computer, right? So some really fucking old computer, right? And you, the 12-hour video is step by step how to, like, take that computer and, like, format it and put, like, Linux on it. And you'll use the same Linux as the guy in the video. What you're doing is you're setting it up as a router, and but it's not just a router, it's actually like online storage. Okay. Because, you know, this one has a hard drive because it's a computer, right?
Yeah.
In addition to the online storage, so you know how you have Apple or Android?
Yeah.
Which one do you got, Apple or Android?
I have Android.
Okay, so you know how your stuff is backed up with Google, right?
Yeah.
Well, they mine that shit, right? And they sell, like, information and they make money off of that. You don't need to have your pictures backed up on Google servers for them to mine, right? If you have a storage, you can, when you take your pictures, they can back up to your storage. Okay, but you have to have a storage set up to take those, like, have those backups. So they can't be lost, like in the fappening that happened to Apple, right? So that people can't steal your pictures. So with this computer, you can set it as the destination for your phone backup and for your pictures backup. So they get backed up on there, on your own cloud storage, which is in your house on your router. In addition, it hosts a free VPN, right? It's OpenVPN is what it's called. So and since it actually has network level ad blocking, it's not computer-based ad blocking in the browser. It blocks the ads for all of the devices in your house, like I have. So I run a Pi-hole that does that, right? But it's just for like the devices that are on my network. So as soon as my phone leaves the house, I get ads again in my apps and things, right? Well, here's the thing. Since it's a computer, with a free Open VPN, you put it's called Open VPN. You put that on your phone, which is free. since you're the one hosting the VPN, right? It's not being hosted by, Surfshark VPN out of Brussels. It's being hosted out of your house. You're the one hosting it, right? You use the OpenVPN app on your phone to VPN to your own house, right? Now, since that computer blocks all ads of any connection that goes through it, when you're out and about in the world, you still don't get ads on your phone. Yeah. He also, if you want to do it, you can set up your own email server so that you can have, Onyx at fuckoff.com as your email, right? And it's hosted on that computer. And if you want to set it up, he shows you how to set up your own business phone line on that computer. That you don't have to pay for. It's free. All sorts of shit. You don't have to do half of the stuff because you might not want your own, email. You might not want a phone, system in like a landline kind of phone in the house, for free. But he shows you how to do all this, right? How to get off of Google Docs, which they mine for data because your documents are on their cloud, so they own them and they mine them for data. So he shows you how to do all this other stuff. And it's all on this one little old ass XP computer. How to repurpose an old ass computer without upgrading it. The only thing that you have to buy for it is a 2-port NIC card because you need a 1 in and 1 out. And normally you just have 1 in on your computer, so you need an in and an out. And then you run that out to a wireless access point, which gives you Wi-Fi in your house, which is still managed by that computer as a router. I mean, you just set the Wi-Fi access point on top of the computer, and now you have everything that your home system, your current router does, and 1,000 times more. Nice. Yeah. It's really freaking cool. And since I'm in IT, it's that's not a bad project to do. And I do have an old XP computer that I can get the files off of and haven't used it in a decade. It would work for this. It's more powerful than the, $200, $300 routers that are out there. Yeah. Has internal storage and everything else. I think I'm going to wrap up my stream though and head out.
All right. Well, if I see you on, I'll talk with you later.
Yeah, stop by.
You take care.
You too. Take care. Stay safe.
You too.
Feed your dog.
Already did.
I'll be feeding mine in about an hour and a half. Good stream. I want to thank everybody who stopped by. Hope you take care and stay safe and